The following program aims to open your mind and show you that you're not as different from half the country as you probably believe. A few people don't like that. They hate having to reconsider their opinion more than Mitch McConnell hates mirrors and staircases. But we're betting you're not like that. Once you get a taste of our show, we will become a part of your routine like Nancy Pelosi's 7 a.m. martini. So stick around and smash that like button because we are just moments away from starting the following program. Good evening, everybody. Welcome to the following program. I am your host, Joe Neerman, a.k.a. Good Lawgic. It seems, I apologize for the delay. I actually was asleep. I was tired. But you don't care about that. I just woke up, literally 10 minutes ago. I was like, oh my God, I'm supposed to do a show. I'm so tired. But I've been prepping for this show all day because I'm very, very excited. I'm very, very excited to break down and get your perspectives about these various elements that so many different people are talking about with respect to indicia that Thomas Crooks was not necessarily some lone wolf shooter who just decided to wake up one morning, buy himself a ladder, probably not use it, and then climb up onto a roof within 137 yards of the former president and pop off a few rounds. So, was he doing that he had the capacity to do that himself, or whether there was perhaps handlers or other people that he had that were helping enable him to better succeed in the task that he had set aside for himself. So I think that there's a lot of indicia, and I want to go through them one by one. And some of the claims I've heard sound like QAnon level crazy. And some of them make me say, that's kind of hard to understand. And I have a dozen different things that I sort of wanted to look at one by one with you guys and get your thoughts on it, and I'll share mine. We're gonna have this exchange of ideas. So there you go. That's the agenda. I also want to cover a few things that happened at the RNC tonight. There's a speech by Peter Navarro that I was told I'm supposed to be checking out. I've not seen. J.D. Vance speaking tonight. Definitely plan on watching that. But before I get into that, I did want to share this with you because my locals was popping off today, sharing several cool things. And I was like, I want to share that with my audience. I'm sort of getting my bearings as I'm coming back into Wakey land. Good morning. Oh, there we go. So this was actually shared by the leader of the following. The leader of the following. There are a couple of them. There's a couple of leaders. I'm not the leader of the following. Everyone knows. There's even a phrase. You can even buy a T-shirt that says Joe is not the leader of the following. But one leader by the name of Worcestershire shared this. I thought it was pretty badass.
We can now project the winner of the presidential race. Donald Trump wins the presidency. What started off as unlikely, impossible, is now reality.
This is what $45 million a month, courtesy of Elon Musk, can do for you, because apparently that's what he's donating to Trump over the next 4 months. $45 million a month. Apparently this is the type of work they can turn out. I couldn't do this.
I will fight for you with every breath in my body, and I will never, ever let you down.
We have a president who actually fulfilled the promises he made during the campaign, securing the border to foreign policy.
He now has a record as president that's pretty damn impressive. Breaking news out of Palm Beach,
The FBI has executed an unprecedented search warrant at President Donald Trump's Mar-a-Lago estate. The former president has both sides of the political aisle up in arms.
This is a dangerous and unstable moment in American history.
The Justice Department has just indicted former President Donald Trump.
For 7 years, they hated him, they targeted him, they hunted him.
This is the epitome of the abuse of the prosecutorial power to preempt political decisions.
I never thought anything like this could happen in America. The only crime that I have committed is to fearlessly defend our nation from those who seek to destroy it. The more that a broken system tells you that you're wrong, the more certain you should be that you must keep pushing ahead.
It really looks like a movie trailer. It looks like a friggin' movie trailer.
They want to take away my freedom because I will never let them take away your freedom.
All right.
They want to silence me because I will never let them silence you. They're not coming after me, they're coming after you, and I just happen to be standing in their way, and I will never be moving. On November 5th, 2024, justice will be done. We will take back our country, and we will make America great again.
You think that's the end of the commercial, but it ain't.
America will always rise to every challenge and overcome every danger.
Donald Trump seems to always get stronger when challenged. These types of things, I think, give him strength.
When I'm reelected, I will totally obliterate the deep state.
As long as we have pride in our beliefs, courage in our convictions, and faith in our God, then we will not fail.
There you go. Dang. Powerful stuff. Powerful stuff. Well done. Good find there, Worcestershire. Thank you. Thank you. Made her wish she was an American. Right there. In stark contrast, stuff like this does not make you wish that you're an American. We see stuff like this. I saw this up. I was like, this is really funny. This is really funny. I was like, that is genius. That is just genius. That was funny. I saw that and I'm like, what the hell? What the hell? This poor woman. I don't know her name. I never want to know her name. I'm going to feel bad. I'm going to feel bad if I ever learn her name. If I ever learn her name, I'm going to feel bad for her. I don't want to have, if she becomes like, she's much more enjoyable as like a cartoon, as the cartoon clown. than as the points of the meme is like, it's like three servicemen. You got two, and here's a third one behind, and yeah, it's pretty funny. It's pretty good. That's pretty good stuff. I thought that was funny. Yeah, I got a whole bunch of things set aside here to share with you guys. But first and foremost, before we get into the RNC, and before we get into the issues as to whether or not Thomas Crooks was actually a lone wolf, just one guy working on his own, or whether he had help, inside help. There's a lot more talk going on now about Biden facing more and more pressure to step down. And apparently, Politico reported earlier today that Biden says that he would step down campaign if a medical condition emerged. That he would step down if a medical condition emerged. President Joe Biden reevaluated his decision to stay in the presidential race if doctors told him he had a medical issue, he said in an interview with BET News. All right, so let's see what he says here. Let's see what he says.
Is there anything that you would look to, you personally, not anybody else, not other pundits, not even perhaps family members, that you would look to say, if I see that, I will reevaluate?
If there had some medical condition that emerged, if the doctors came to me and said, you got this problem, that problem. But I made a serious mistake in the whole debate. And look, when I originally ran, you may remember it, I said I was going to be a transitional candidate. And I thought that I'd be able to move from this, just pass it on to someone else. But I didn't anticipate things getting so divided. And quite frankly, I think the only thing age brings a little bit of wisdom.
When he says so divided, we're going to see how divided it is, because it's more divided than you think.
So divided. And quite frankly, I think the only thing age brings a little bit of wisdom. And I think I've demonstrated that I know how to get things done for the country, in spite of the fact they're told we couldn't get it done. But there's more to do, and I'm reluctant to walk away from that.
So there you go. There you go. That's how he says it. But, Politico is trying to frame this, and everyone's trying to frame this as if that's like an earth-shattering thing that he's like basically saying if he has a health issue, he'll step down. Yeah, okay. That's not really saying he's going to step down. People are taking this as like, oh, you see, there's the sign. They're going to call a health issue. They're going to call a health issue. That's what they're going to do. We all knew that they would say there's a health issue. Politico is trying to frame this. I was like, I don't think this is the earth-shattering news that Politico seems to think it is. Where they say, if I had some medical condition that emerged, if doctors came to me, said to me, you got this problem and that problem, and marks the first time Biden opened the door to a theoretical medical condition forcing him from the presidential race. Well, yeah, okay, fine. If they say you're about to die, that doesn't mean then he'd step down. I mean, does that mean, is that shocking? That's like, is that him starting to bend back and say, maybe I'm going to step away from this because of medical condition? I don't see it that way. I would not read it that. I wouldn't read it that way. They're making it like as if this is like some step in the direction that the Democrats are looking for, that he might step back. Okay. I don't really see it that way. But the pressure is indeed very, very much ratcheting up. Very, very much ratcheting up. I thank Nathan for sharing this with me. Yeah, that's right, that Nathan. So he shared this with me. I woke up and this is the first thing I saw when I woke up from my little nap.
Defending Biden.
You want to know how strong the pressure is on Biden? Check out what Jonathan Karl, this is chief Washington correspondent for ABC News, is talking about where the Democrats are at with respect to Biden at this point in time.
And I am told that the pressure from Democratic leaders for...
It's a little faint, isn't it? I can make that louder.
And I am told that the pressure from Democratic leaders for Biden to get out of the race is intensifying. In fact, one person who has been out there publicly defending Biden told me just a short while ago, Biden is going to see the whole house of cards come down soon. As for that meeting in Rehoboth, Delaware, I am told that this was a one-on-one meeting, just the Senate leader and the president. And
Chuck Schumer and the president.
That Chuck Schumer forcefully made the case that it would be better for Biden, better for the Democratic Party, and better for the country if he were to bow out of the race. And David, when I went to Schumer's office to ask them to tell them I was going to report this and tell you this tonight, absolutely no denial from Senator Schumer's office. They only said this: Leader Schumer conveyed the views of his caucus. In other words, the views of Democratic senators. I am also told that Hakeem Jeffries, the Democratic leader in the House, has expressed similar views directly to the president. And
Hakeem Jeffries, leader of the House Democrats, and Chuck Schumer, leader of the House of the Senate Democrats, both of them putting pressure on him, saying that he doesn't even know the pressure. He's only begun to feel the pressure for him to step down. He's only begun to feel the pressure. So whether Biden has enough old man strength in him to say, "Get off my lawn," when he sees Schumer walking up there, "Get off my lawn." Apparently he didn't have enough gumption to throw him off his lawn. But the whole house of cards is tumbling down, according to Chuck Schumer. That to me is very significant. That's very significant. Chuck Schumer is portrayed by the left as, this good, kind person, he's someone who, when he passes, they're gonna hold him up there. I can promise you, they're gonna hold him up there with the likes of Washington when Schumer passes. And to me, he's a political machine unto himself. He is a political machine. I remember when this guy was first elected. That's how old I am. But he's a political machine, and he is. We saw how he said about Trump, how the FBI has 9 ways to that's intelligence agencies have 9 ways to Sunday to come after you. We see how that fruit came into ripening over the last year and a half, especially, if not well before that, as against Donald Trump. And now he's saying that next in his sights, and I use that word intentionally, is Joe Biden. So, yeah, I think that Chuck Schumer wields great influence. And this story is a long way from over with respect to Biden staying in the race. It's a long way from over. If Chuck Schumer and Hakeem Jeffries, that means the House and Senate Democrats in agreement, probably, with uniformity, because they all go in lockstep with each other. It means that he's basically against all 270 Democrats in D.C. who think that Biden needs to step down. Consider this for a second. Imagine he holds fast. Imagine he holds firm and stays in the race. It's almost as if, how can he win now when Trump can actually use that and say, even Schumer says he's not capable of holding this job. Even Hakeem Jeffries thinks he's not capable of holding the job. Everyone realizes it, but you, Joe. He's able to use that in a debate if he stays in the race. That, hey, all the Democrats, your whole team there, recognize you're not fit for the job. That alone, their position on that makes it that much harder for Biden to win, because it's poisoning him, which is why the Republicans right now should not be focusing on Biden. They should not be focusing on Biden. They need to start recognizing that it has to be portrayed that all of the failures of America that are pervasive in our country, all of the terribleness we see in this country, whether it comes to the economy, the border, this was not a bed that was made by Joe Biden. Anyone think that Joe Biden's been pulling the strings as to what should happen down at the border? Does anyone think that he's the one setting economic policies? Everyone recognizes he's an adult old man. And that what we're witnessing here is Democrat failure. Same type of failure that has destroyed city after city after city after city in this country has now infected our country. The same economic failures, the same failures with respect to looking out for their own constituents, instead looking out for everyone outside. Those failures have come home to roost and are now like a cancer that has spread across this country. We should not be focusing on Biden at this point anymore. need to start being prepared for the pivot that seems like it's inevitably coming. Although, look, I said a year ago I didn't expect Biden to make it. I was pretty sure that he would have been moved out by February, May the latest. I'm shocked he's still there. Don't think he's going to make it, especially now that they're saying that Chuck Schumer and Hakeem Jeffries are gunning to take him out. I still don't think he's going to make it. But I'm going to keep saying, run, Joey, run! Run, Joey, run! And I could run. Run, Joey, run. So I don't see that he's going to make it. I'd like to see him make it, but we have to start pivoting and recognizing that, hey, the pivot has to be what we are seeing now. Everything that's bothering you when you fill up your tank. This was not all caused by Joe Biden. This was caused by Democratic policies. Whatever circle of people are surrounding Joe Biden are the same circle that are going to be surrounding Kamala Harris or whatever other face they throw up there as the next potential Democratic president. It's the same circle of people, same policies. And that has to be the fixation. You think that he's the one who's authorizing Merrick Garland to make these wacko decisions that the Supreme Court says, what the hell is wrong with you? Knocking down 9-0 when they try knocking him out with knocking Trump off of the ticket using the 14th Amendment. These political persecutions. That wasn't Joe Biden pulling the strings there. Alvin Bragg's coming to the White House when Fannie Will is coming to the White House and they're trying to figure out how can we try and throw Trump in jail. That's not Joe Biden. This political persecutions is just leftist tactics. Classic leftist communist type tactics of like, let's get rid of our political enemies. Let's punish him. Let's try to bankrupt him. Let's try to take away his freedom. And ultimately, perhaps, being involved with respect to enabling his assassination. Do I think Joe Biden was behind that? No, I don't think he was. You think they would if there was leadership, leftist leadership that was behind that? Why would you tell Joe when he's an old man who's likely to screw up and say the wrong thing? Anyway, but that is a great deal of pressure that he's facing right now. And it's interesting because most of us, I think, were unaware as to just how significant the levels of pressure have been. Right. All right. What else did I have here? Let me see what else was dropped in my lap. I saw that. All right. Covered that. What are you guys all talking about? Hey, Joe, is that Trump with a pistol on his hip? I didn't see that in that commercial. No, I didn't see that. Did you ever notice that pic of Trump with fist up looks a lot like Iwo Jima silhouette? That was my first thought. Very, very much. Very, very much. That's part of how he ended up looking so heroic. He's, there's the Iwo Jima picture. Let me see if I can pull up a... This is the picture that Mary was referencing there. Oh my God. Yeah. That was that entire moment on July 13th. That was God there. That was God. That's crazy. That's crazy. I think that's crazy. All right. Let's start with this. Before we get into, do you see a True Social short sale Friday? I did not see that, no. That you're saying that why would somebody selling short on it the day before he got knocked off? Now I gotta find out about that. Or he was attempted to be knocked off, obviously. That is interesting. We're going to be talking about all the different theories. I didn't see that. No. Welcome to the following Spaceman Spiff. Those of you who may not be aware of this, Spaceman Spiff is definitely a Calvin Hobbes reference right there. You're displaying our age with that one. Well, welcome to the following. It's not your parents' type of cult. This guy was a young, good Lawgic in high school, desperate for a girlfriend, groomed by a mildly attractive government asset to take out Trump. What? What is that supposed to mean, base shaming? What's a young, good Lawgic? I was not desperate for a girlfriend in high school. What is that? What is that? What is that? I wasn't groomed. What does that even mean? That's rude. Hey, Joe. Hey, Sunwoo. Today's weird. Other than that flag, I don't see it. Maybe from an emotional perspective, because the flag is the main part of both photos. No, it's also there's a whole bunch of people huddled together. One guy in the back there with his hand up. I see it. I see what they're saying there. All right. Let's get into the different theories, because I got a lot to cover here tonight. BBC starts with an article. Let's start with what we know about Thomas Crooks. We'll start there. Try to figure out what makes sense, what does not make sense when we're trying to assess whether or not Thomas Crooks was acting alone. Small Pittsburgh suburb of Bethel Park in Pennsylvania is reeling after the FBI named young local man Thomas Matthew Crooks as the person who shot at Donald Trump during a campaign rally and shocked the nation. Investigators believe Crooks, armed with an AR-style rifle, opened fire at the former president while he was addressing a crowd in Butler, Pennsylvania, leaving one audience member dead, 2 others wounded. 20-year-old kitchen worker was shot dead at the scene of it by a Secret Service sniper, officials said. In his well-to-do hometown, however, neighbors are in shock, seemingly unable to grasp how a quiet young man is now accused in the shooting. The FBI, for its part, has said only that Crooks was the, quote, subject involved in the assassination attempt on the former president, and that an active investigation was underway. An active investigation is underway. And by the way, we're going to talk shortly about how Congress wants to get involved in their investigation. We're going to talk about that as well. Who was he? Well, Crooks had not been carrying ID, so investigators used DNA and facial recognition technology to identify him, the FBI said. He was from Bethel Park in Pennsylvania, about 70 kilometers from the site of the attempted assassination, graduated in 2022 from Bethel Park High School with a $500 prize for math and science, according to the local newspaper, working for BlackRock. Crooks worked in a local nursing home kitchen just a short drive away from his home, where staff members have said that he passed a background check and raised no concerns. Community College of Allegheny has confirmed that Crooks attended the school between September 21 and May 24. So, still in school. Oh, sorry. Graduated with an associate degree in engineering science. So he's 20 years old and he already graduated college. Wow. In a statement sent to the BBC, college noted that he graduated with high school honors and that a review of his records turned up no disciplinary student conduct or security-related incidents. So not the type of hothead that you would expect. University of Pittsburgh told the BBC that in February he was accepted as a transfer student there for the fall 2024 semester. Following month, he elected not to attend. State voter records show that he was registered Republican according to U.S. media. Donated $15 to liberal campaign group Act Blue in 2021, according to an election donation filing in news reports. Now, when I'm seeing that he's a registered Republican, which is something that the left is saying, oh, you see, he's a Republican. Why do you think that this was a Democrat? He's a registered Republican. This is a ridiculous position. Because many people register as the alternate party so that they can, in the thoughts that they can help skunk the opposition's primary. So it doesn't mean anything what they're registered as. They love to say that. It's the stupidest thing. What's much more important is where he spends his money. And I understand that $15 is obviously not a lot of money at all. He's not like some heavy donor, but he also doesn't have any money. He's working in a soup kitchen. He had a membership at a local shooting club, the Clareton Sportsman Club, for at least a year, club confirmed to the BBC. The vast club is based south of Pittsburgh and is one of the premier shooting facilities in the tri-state area of Pennsylvania, Ohio, and West Virginia. More than 2,000 members, multiple gun ranges, including a high-power rifle facility with targets up to 171 meters away. Interesting. So it's within a range that he may be accustomed to. Club owner Bill Solito told BBC that the shooting was, quote, terrible, terrible thing. Access to the club is tightly controlled with only members allowed inside the sprawling facility. Obviously, the club fully admonishes the senseless act of violence. Attorney Robert S. Boutte III, try saying Boutte III, that's pretty funny, who represents the organization, told BBC, law enforcement officials believe the weapon he used to shoot Trump, an AR-style rifle, was purchased by Crooks' father, according to investigators. Unclear how the weapon came into his son's hands, although there is no suggestion the father had any inkling of what was taking place. Speaking on condition of anonymity, two officers told AP that Crooks' father bought the weapon at least 6 months ago. Authorities say that, so it doesn't seem like there's going to be a crumbly situation here, right? Especially since we're going to see shortly that they reported concerns about their son. They reported concerns about their son prior to the incident. Let me see if I can just pause and pull that up here for you. I don't want to give away the store. Where did I have this? Yeah, this is what I had here.
We have just learned.
We'll take a moment to look at. This was reported earlier today with respect to Crooks Parents.
That the Trump rally shooter, Thomas Crooks' parents, were looking for him in the hours leading up to the shooting. We're now told they eventually called law enforcement to report that Crooks was missing, and they were worried. And they also were told, those parents are now being cooperative now with authorities, but they gave them the heads up that something's going on with our son. We are worried. We don't know the texture or the details of their concerns. So in other words, well, were they worried that he had a gun? Were they worried? What were they worried about? Were they worried that he was going to try to attempt to kill a sitting president and then go ahead and
not sitting, but
turn into an assassin and kill another person and injure two others? It was an attempted assassination on Trump, but he managed to murder anyway.
True.
Are we talking about that? What were they giving the cops a heads up about? This is the first time we are hearing this. We'll stay on the story and we will bring you the details, updates as we get them. Crooks' parents were looking for him hours ahead of the assassination attempt.
Okay, so what does that tell us? As we sort of pause to sort of look at his parents for a moment. So they really, at this juncture, doesn't tell us much at all. When they're calling, we don't know if they're calling. It's a weird thing for parents to be calling about a missing 20-year-old, It's not like he's like, a 4-year-old. That just hours. We don't know how long was he missing for when they called. Was he? Because if he's an adult, I think if he's over 18, police are not going to do anything about it for the first 24 hours unless they're expressing concern that he's a threat to himself or to others. And that's the question: is what did they say? Did they think he was a concern to himself? Did they think he was a concern to others? What information did they provide to him? And that's something that you would think we would know more about. I don't know why we don't know more about that. It's a little weird that we don't know more about that. But getting back to this story over here. Authorities say that Crooks purchased a box of ammunition containing 50 rounds on the day of the rally. Is that suspicious? No, that's not. Some people want to make it like, I can't believe that a guy who's reported missing by his parents buys 50 rounds and no one was alerted by that. That's ridiculous Monday morning quarterbacking. That's ridiculous. It's like what? So anyone who's buying weapons or ammunition is now like someone that like, oh my gosh, the police have to be aware of this. That sounds like a ridiculous yardstick to hold police to. That sounds like a little bit of a crazy like. So I'm sure there were thousands of other people who bought weapons and or ammunition that day within a 100-mile radius. I mean, what does that even mean? What does that mean? And that happens at every rally all the time. I mean, the day of any rally by any person. To me, that's a ridiculous thing to say that someone buying 50 rounds on the day of an event should be like, oh, that's a red flag. Oh my God, did you guys hear the news? Someone bought 50 rounds of ammunition. Can you even believe it? Oh my gosh. Be on high alert. Somebody bought 50 rounds of ammunition. What the hell does that mean? That doesn't mean anything. I mean, yeah, now afterwards when he's laying dead on top of a roof after taking shots at 45/47, that that people have all these different, you can say, well, that I understand why he's buying ammunition, but not until he actually climbs up on the roof does anyone have any idea what the heck is about to happen. So, and if he bought it a week earlier, that would be less suspicious. Like, it's such a ridiculous yardstick to say that should be something that's relevant. This is exactly the sort of thing that people's like, oh, yeah, he bought 50 rounds. Oh, yeah. Well, there you go. He's buying the ammunition. You have it right there. Look, he bought the 50 rounds. To me, this is like a stupid thing. If we're curious about tracking his day, okay, fine. But it's almost like I feel as if they're almost like cherry picking different things he did that day, as if like, here's one of the suspicious things. Police sources have also told CBS that he purchased a ladder at a Home Depot before the shooting, although it's unclear if he brought it with him. In fact, most reports are saying he changed his mind and did not use the ladder that he bought. Can you imagine him walking around? This is very strange to me. Why is he buying this ladder? Do we believe that he scouted this area beforehand or not? It's hard to imagine that he lucked into the right spot, right? I mean, it's hard to imagine that he didn't scout out exactly the spot that he was planning on trying to sneak into to take his shot at Trump. So, was the original plan that he's going to grab a ladder and then he realized, oh, I don't need a ladder because apparently he climbed up on an air conditioner to get up onto the roof. Is that something that, like, how much scouting does it seem like he did that he didn't see the air conditioner beforehand? I don't know. I mean, did he not realize beforehand that marching a ladder up to the building would seem incredible, with a gun draped over your shoulder as you're climbing the ladder would be hella suspicious? And the suspicion might prevent you from actually reaching the roof. It's very strange. According to U.S. media reports, Crooks was wearing a T-shirt from Demolition Ranch, a YouTube channel known for its guns and demolition content. The channel has millions of subscribers featuring videos on different guns and explosive devices, and the BBC wants you to know that every one of you who watch Demolition Ranch are a potential threat to society. The day after the shooting, law enforcement sources told CBS that suspicious devices were found in Crooks' vehicle. According to CBS, the suspect had a piece of commercially available equipment that appeared capable of initiating the devices. Bomb technicians were called to the scene to secure and investigate the devices. Having established Crooks' identity, police and agencies are investigating his motives. So far, they've been unable to identify one. On July 15th, FBI said forensic experts have successfully accessed Crooks' phone, and they're examining it and other digital evidence for clues. Okay. The inquiry into what took place could last months. Of course, months. Investigators would work tirelessly to identify what Crooks' motive was. Kevin Rojek, I think his motive was to kill Trump. I think that's what his motive was. Speaking of CNN, his father, Matthew Crooks, said he was trying to figure out what the hell is going on, but would wait until I talked to law enforcement before speaking about his son. Crooks' family is cooperating. Citing 3 law enforcement sources, CBS has reported that his father called police after the shooting, although the nature of that call is still unclear. In total, more than 100 interviews have so far been conducted. Police sealed off the road in the house where Crooks lived with his parents. Search of the residence was completed on July 15th. A neighbor told CBS that officers evacuated her in the middle of the night with no warning. Bethel Police Park said the bomb investigation surrounding Crooks' home. Access to the area remains controlled, police vehicle blocking entry to the street in front of the house. On Tuesday afternoon, yellow police tape could be seen strung up in front of the residence. BBC had a clear view of the back of the residence, could not see any movement inside. All right. What kind of person was he? So far, confusing, at times conflicting pictures emerged of who Crooks was as a person. Speaking to local news outlet KDKA, some young locals who went to school with him describe him as a loner, frequently bullied, sometimes wore hunting outfits to school. Another former classmate of his, Summer Barkley, cast him differently, telling BBC that he was always getting good grades on tests and was very passionate about history. Anything on government and history he seemed to know about, she said, but it was nothing out of the ordinary, and he was always nice. And it almost seems like everyone who's on camera, all these kids, they're just looking for their 30 seconds of fame. So I really take everything we see from them with a real grain of salt, good or bad. Anything on government, and so she described him as well liked by his teachers. Others simply remembered him as being quiet. He was there, but I can't think of anyone who knew him well. One former classmate who asked to remain nameless told BBC, he's just not a guy I really think about, but he seemed fine. Others saying he's intelligent but a little weird. And it's kind of a loner. They always say that about the wacko who goes off. Real quiet, kind of a loner. Real quiet, kind of loner. Just crazy. I never thought he would be the one to do it. Really? You didn't think he would be the one? Did you think it'd be like the head cheerleader? She'd be the one to do it? Is that who you thought would do it? It's always the loner. Everyone knows that. James Meyer, former member of Bethel Park High School varsity rifle team, said he did not make the junior varsity team after trying out. He never returned to tryouts after the remainder of high school. He didn't make the high school varsity rifle team. Starting to smell why. Another former classmate said his shot was terrible. It wasn't really fit for the rifle team. School district said there was no record of Crooks trying out for the team, and he never appeared on a roster. Myers remembers him as a normal boy, nice kid, never talk poorly of anyone. Ms. Smith recalled a mock debate in which they both took part, saying, majority of the class were on the liberal side, but Tom, no matter what, always took ground on the conservative side. Makes me wonder why he would carry out an assassination attempt on the conservative candidate, he said. All right. All right. Fine. So there's that. Many of you may have heard that the House Oversight Committee is looking to conduct an investigation. Specifically, James Comer sent subpoenas that they want to get Kimberly Cheadle, head of the United States Secret Service, to come in and testify publicly in Washington on Monday. This is what they wrote to Kimberly Cheadle. Director Cheadle, is this going to be big enough? No, I forgot to download this. I apologize. Let me do that real quick. So here's a letter they sent. Dear Ms. Cheadle, Committee on Oversight and Accountability Oversight Committee is investigating the July 13, 2024 assassination attempt on former President Donald J. Trump. The Oversight Committee is subpoenaing to you, Director of the U.S. Secret Service, to appear for a public hearing on July 22, 2024, titled Oversight of the U.S. Secret Service and Attempted Assassination of President Donald J. Trump. The attached subpoena is issued pursuant to Rule 11.2 M1B and Rule 12G of the Oversight Committee rules. The protective mission of the Secret Service is to play a critical role in protecting U.S. and visiting world leaders, safeguarding U.S. elections through protections of candidates and nominees, and ensuring the security of key facilities and major national events. The assassination attempt of the former president and current Republican nominee for president represents a total failure of the agency's core mission and demand congressional oversight. Despite allowing you to speak with the media, both U.S. Department of Homeland Security and Secret Service have failed to provide assurances regarding your appearance at the Oversight Committee's scheduled hearing, thereby necessitating the attached subpoena. They don't want her to come. That's why they failed to provide the assurances. On the day of the deadly attack, the committee sent a written request for your voluntary attendance at a public hearing on July 22nd, 2024. Committee next wrote to you on July 15th. And when they wrote on July 15th, requesting specific information in anticipation of your testimony at the July 22nd public hearing. Initially, Secret Service committed to your attendance. Subsequently, however, DHS officials, Mayorkas, the guy who we can't get the Senate to vote on his impeachment, have appeared to have intervened, and your attendance is now in question. In addition, since DHS's intervention, there have been no meaningful updates or information shared with the committee. Lack of transparency and failure to cooperate with the committee on this pressing matter by both DHS and the Secret Service further calls into question your ability to lead the Secret Service and necessitates the attached subpoena compelling your appearance before the Oversight Committee. If you have any questions regarding this deposition, please contact James Mondolfo or Jake Greenberg. If you want to call them, their number is 202-225-5074, if you're interested in calling them. The Committee on Oversight and Accountability is the principal oversight committee of the U.S. House of Representatives and has broad authority to investigate any matter at any time under House Rule 10. Thank you for your prompt attention to this important investigation. Okay. Let me explain to you how this is all going to go down. This whole House Oversight Committee. This is classic Uni Party work. So I'm going to tell you everything you need to know about this whole investigation that the House Oversight Committee is going to engage in. You want to hear how it's all going to happen? Okay. So the way the Uni Party works, those of you who are not familiar with the term Uni Party. So it's a reference to the fact that the right side of the aisle and the left side of the aisle have this coordinated dance where they're really, really fighting with each other in deep earnest with each other, and nothing gets accomplished. And they know nothing's going to get accomplished, but that they need to go through the steps in order to get their respective constituents to think that they're doing a great job. And this smells like classic Uniparty activity. So James Comer comes along. What does he do? He says, hey, look, they just took a crack at a guy who's really popular in the Republican Party. We need to step up here and engage in investigations so that it looks like, hey, we're on top of things here. Need to vote for more Republicans. So that's the step we're supposed to take. So we're going to demand that we want to see the head of the Secret Service come on in here and answer some questions for us so that we can attempt to publicly lambaste Kim Cheadle for being the incompetent boob that she is. So that's our part of the dance. The left comes back and they're like, no. You can't, she's not coming. She's too busy. She's busy. She can't come. She's not answering your questions. No. That's the left side of the aisle's part in the dance. Then the right side says, whoa, we're sending you a subpoena. That's what we've seen so far. So now you really have to come here. Now that's basically hitting the ball back over the net. Okay, we're on the right side of the aisle. We just did that. It's like you can hear almost like Venus Williams grunting on each side. Like, letter from the House Oversight Committee. Then you're going to see objection from Mayorkas. Then the question is going to be like, okay, now what are you going to do, Republicans? Are you going to threaten to have her held in contempt? That you're going to and try sending it to Merrick Garland? Is that what you're going to do? Yeah. That's what we're going to do. We're going to say, hey, if you don't come in here, respect this thing, we're really going to come after you. Well, okay, fine. We'll come in there. We'd like to have a secret meeting first, but not an open meeting. That's the left sending it back to the other side. Right says, okay, you know what? We'll have that secret meeting, but we need to have some part in open. The other side says, fine, okay. Then they get up there and they finally come in for this oversight committee public hearing. And now we go back and forth here to try and help enlighten you, the American public. And this is how that dance goes. First, we'll hear from James Comer. He's going to get up there and say the failures of the Secret Service in protecting the president, and quote unquote protecting the president, while enabling a 20-year-old to climb up onto a roof with an easy sniper shooting range, carrying an AR-15 and appear on that roof and stay up there despite people seeing him and reporting to police for tens of minutes. All this stuff seems to indicate, gross failure here. We want to understand how you set up we want to get to the bottom of this so we can ensure that this sort of thing never happens again. And that's what he's going to say. Ranking Democratic member of the Oversight Committee responds saying, yet again, the right is trying to waste our time right here during a time when America needs our services most. This is a completely political hit job where they're trying to take down agencies that have been protecting this nation for centuries. It is the audacity of the Republicans who are trying to waste everyone's time by investigating into this, and by quote unquote investigating into something that is an innocent, for an investigation that should be conducted by actual trained experts. Instead, they're wasting our time instead of getting done what needs to get done, and that is helping the American people. There are Americans are struggling with the economy. They're struggling, and we're trying to present this new bill, which sounds really cool, but would destroy American lives. And we're trying to present this bill because this is a really necessary bill that we need to bring forward right here and now. And the Republicans have the audacity to ignore that and waste everyone's time in conducting an investigation that's none of their business for a terrible tragedy. And while we want to express our gratitude and our gratefulness for the fast-acting, incredible activity of the Secret Service, that they were able to take out this shooter, and thankfully sort of happy that Trump survived, we have to say out loud to you, and that's what we're going to say to you. That's what we're going to say. And that's going to be their opening statements. All right, first person up there. Each person's going to get 5 minutes. Yeah, I'm going to get my 5 minutes. I want to understand. We're going to start with the Republican. Okay, Mr. Republican, you got 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the Republican from the state of, I don't know, Indiana to ask questions. Oh, sorry, they get to make their statements. Would you like to make a statement? Yeah, we'll make a statement. Everyone here, Kimberly Cheeto makes her statement. I swear that I'm here to tell the truth, blah, blah, blah. Here's my statement. I've been part of the Secret Service for the last 22 years, and it's been my honor to serve this country, and I'm doing everything I can trying to help this country, and I'm serving this country because I'm a great patriotic American. And the tragic events of July 13th are something that we are deeply disturbed by and looking into, and intend to commit to that any errors, if any, existed, will be quickly ferreted out and will be remedied, post haste. And we're very confident that the plans that we set in motion, everything here was really good. But obviously, this terrible gunman, found a flaw in the system, and we're going to make sure that going forward, nothing like this could ever happen again. Okay, fine. Ask questions. Ranking Republican, the next in line, a Republican from, I don't know, Nebraska. Please go ahead and ask your question. Oh, okay. Yes, I got questions for you. My first question is, why is your perimeter so small? I'm afraid I can't answer because this is an active investigation, and I can't say anything that's going to compromise the active investigation. Oh, well, that makes me really mad that you're not going to answer my question. Well, I'd like to answer your question, but this is an active, ongoing investigation. I can't answer your questions while this active, ongoing investigation is going on. Well, I'm really, really mad. I'm going to tell you, Americans are really mad about it, and we were all really outraged by your terrible work. Well, I can't really answer to that because this is an active, ongoing investigation. Oh, okay. So now I'm going to just scream here so that there's a good viral clip of me yelling at you about the terrible job you did in protecting Donald Trump's life that I can now hope my supporters will see and reelect me in November. Okay, fine. And I'm going to sit here just sort of shrugging while you do your little grandstanding. All right, fine. I'm almost done with my grandstanding now. I'm going to tell you. I'm going to tell you this is gross and disgusting, and really this is a mockery of our nation. Okay, so Comer turns to the other side. Yeah, so now we recognize Democratic leader from the representative from the state of New York. I can't believe that the Republicans are wasting our time bothering you. I can't believe I'm going to stand up here and I'm going to yell and I'm going to yell and I'm going to say, I can't believe they stink. They stink. And the Republicans are terrible. And this is all part of this terrible leadership, which comes from Donald Trump, who, thank God, was not injured in this thing, not injured at all. But everyone's trying to make this as if it's all about them and waste all our time. So they don't care about the fact that Americans are struggling to pay. We're around the kitchen table trying to figure out while they're sitting here rooting on, saying, we need to get rid of guns. We need to get rid of guns. This is the right's fault. They allowed us to have guns. I can't believe they allowed us to have guns. How do you allow us to have guns? We need to take out guns now. Guns are the problem. Republicans are saying we want more guns. And even when Trump gets shot, they still want to have more guns. And this is terrible. Don't you agree with me, Miss Kimberly Cheeto? I think so. Thank you. We now recognize the next Republican. You stink. I don't understand what you're talking about. What? I want you to tell me right now, how can a 20-year-old kid manage to breach your services and get in there within 100 yards? That's like pea shooter range. I served in the military. I know that you can't find someone who sat in the service for more than 10 minutes when they couldn't shoot someone from 140 yards away. It is a miracle. We all should stop and pause right now and thank God for the fact that Donald Trump is still alive after your complete, total breach, failure, awful, terrible patheticness. I want to know why you had a gap there which enabled a building with a high rooftop to basically be outside the zone that someone could crack a shot from there. I need answers now. I'm sorry, I can't answer any questions. This is an active investigation. Well, I want answers, and we're frustrated. I want you to turn over documents and records to me that you're going to get back to my office, supposedly may or may not. No one in the public is ever going to know about it, but you're going to come back to me, and I'm going to demand that you, the Secret Service and DHS, will turn these records over to me at a point in time which is far too insignificant for any Americans to actually follow it and know what's going on. Will you turn those records over? Well, I'll talk to my office, and we'll see whether or not we'll turn those records over. Maybe. And we'll probably end up sending you something that you don't really want and no one's ever going to read or know about. Okay, fine. And I appreciate that. I'm going to send a really angry letter to Mayorkas after this. Okay. Next Democrat, 5 minutes. Guns! There are guns everywhere! AR-15s! We need to ban AR-15s! The Republicans, they're the ones who allow AR-15s to be flooding our borders. Congressman Swalwell, please calm down for a minute. No, I'm really mad. This is crazy. It's the Republicans with their guns, and they have more guns than their AR-15s. You could kill a raccoon from 4,000 feet with these AR-15s, and they just want to pump like with a cannon over here. All right. Calm down. Do you agree with me, witness? That the Republicans should not be wasting your time in coming down here? In my next softball question, that obviously you're going to say yes to what I want you to say yes to. Can you say yes now to an answer to my question? Yes. Thank you. I yield. That's what it is. That's what you're going to get. That's what you're going to get. Complete waste of time. Waste of time. Did I miss anything? Did I miss anything that we're going to get from this? That's the Uni Party dance. That's the Uni Party dance. Democrat incompetence. Republicans shaking their fists, really mad about it. Democrats screaming, this whole thing is your fault because you're on the wrong side of political issue that we had we were trying to desperately affect and turn around and reverse course on. That's what it is. That's what it's going to be. So, and latest YouTube drama non-law variety, Boogie 2988, someone I never heard of, just held up a knife to his wrist in anger on LolCal Live, show I never heard of, forcing Keemstar to cut the stream. Really? I haven't heard of Keemstar. Can't swear I remember where, though. Stephen Crowder's take, PA closed primaries. We now know Dems were being registered as representative voters to represent a voter who donated to Act Blue who tried to pew Donald J. Trump. Oh, they've closed primaries. Right, that's what I said. That's why they register as, that's why he registered as Republican. And they were registering as Republican voters. So a Republican voter who donated to Act Blue tried to pew DJT. Yep. Yeah, I think that's pretty easy take to come to. I agree with you, with you and Stephen Crowder. Cope and Seath. Seath. There's an E at the end. There's 3 E's in Seath. There's 3 of them. You have to listen to it live. Live, really? That's what you had to do. Gasped 50 rounds. Good thing I only buy by the 500,000 round case. The stuff that people cling to while overlooking other stuff is dizzying. Short sell link to your Good Lawgic Gmail. Oh, thank you. I've seen it so many times. I know exactly how the dance goes. I've seen the movie. I've seen the movie over and over again. Uni Party term is reference to politicians being unicorns. Oh, thank you, Joseph. I appreciate that. All right. Let's get back into this situation here. This is nice. Shrink you out. What is happening? Oh, I know what's happening. I want to see this breakdown here before I get further into the weeds here with all the different conspiracy theories. This was shared with me and was highly recommended by somebody who I tend to trust. I have not yet watched it yet. Not yet watched it yet. Nor yet. Oh, that's not good. Don't do that. You told Trump's granddaughter speech was pretty great. Watch party, great reenactment, by the way. I feel like I was in the people's house. How many times have we seen that stupid dance? How many times?
Personnel in the area, targets. Yes.
All right, so this is from the Fieldcraft Survival Channel. They got like 1 million subs. I never heard of him before today, but
I'm doing one. I'm another one of these knuckleheads doing a breakdown and a reacts to the attempted assassination on former president and President-elect Trump. With that being said, my background, I spent over 20 years in law enforcement and as a protective security detail member. So I have a little bit of experience to draw on when we're talking about this. And let me say that, you weren't there, don't Monday morning quarterback. Well, the fact of the matter is Mr. Trump was almost killed. He was shot in the ear. And it's by luck, really, that he was not killed. And it's not Monday morning quarterback. If we don't hold people accountable, if we don't hold actions accountable, this just keeps continuing and continuing and continuing. A lot of the failures that led up to this, and let's call this for what it is. This is a security failure. Someone with a gun got within about approximately 150 yards of former President Trump and got rounds off and shot him. Fortunately, luckily, just in the ear, but shot him. That is a security failure. I will say this.
I did a speech yesterday.
I have fresh, hot off the press. And that's why I have my notes in front of me, because I have fresh, hot off the press from friends of mine that I've worked with and known for years inside the Secret Service, inside information about what actually happened and what really occurred and who really took the shot on the shooter on Crooks. This is accurate information. This is not my opinion. This is not something that I've made up, but we're going to break this down. Before we get into the video, I'll say this. I've worked both stateside as a law enforcement officer and I've worked overseas doing government contracting, both protective security and some basically paramilitary security and intel collection.
All right, we got it.
Teach them, because I can tell you I've been in shootings and gunfights, and I make a clear delineation between the two. A shooting is when bullets are only going one way, right? Bad guy, see bad guy with gun, shoot bad guy with gun, bullets go one way, the engagement's over. Gunfights are two-way range. Bad guy with gun starts shooting, you're shooting back, and now you have to employ gunfighting tactics, techniques, and procedures to survive that engagement. So shootings and gunfights are vastly different. I've been in shootings and gunfights stateside as a law enforcement officer. I've been in shootings and gunfights overseas as a contractor, and it is a vastly different engagement. Yes, bullets do what bullets do, and they will kill you just as dead in either engagement. But the decision-making, what you have to process, can be vastly different. So let's go into this real quick. So
a little bit old, that chart. That chart's a couple of months old.
There it is.
If you want to really see something that said Take a look at what happened.
Oh, wait, Breck Nichols sent a rant saying, Joe, this is making me laugh out loud. You might just have a future in podcasting. Bold statement, I know. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Now, let me stop that real quick, because you hear the first shot, and what do you see people do? You see people kind of look around. Now, I will tell you, from having been shot at, it's not always super clear you're actually being shot at, for one. It's also definitely not very clear where you're being shot at from. And most people's reaction that are not used to being shot at is like, hey, what's going on? What is that noise? Right? And then sometimes it's too late. Whereas trained personnel who have been actively shot at, who have been in gunfights, who have been in shootings, they will respond a little bit differently. You'll see Secret Service rush up on the stage. All right. Trump goes down behind the podium. Secret Service rushes up onto the stage. And I'll say this, whenever you're running a security detail, right, the first thing that we start with is what we call protective intelligence. And that's before the mission even starts. And you're building protective intelligence of the area, of potential threatening personnel in the area, targets that are being investigated or watched by the FBI or whatever other organization. You build protective intelligence for potential advantage points, attack sites, etc. And then you go and do an advance, generally speaking. Now, I will tell you right now, inside information, there was not an advance done on those outer buildings due to personnel, financial, and time constraints.
That sounds crazy. What? How the hell can that possibly be? I heard this and I was like, that sounds insane.
The agency, and this is where fault takes. Look, people, actions have consequences. And when you start dumbing down our military, dumbing down our law enforcement, creating what's the diversity hiring standards, pulling funding, cutting budgets, these all have consequences. And the fact of the matter is, the Trump detail did request additional help, not specifically even for this event, but have been. And they were denied, not out of spite, not out of we want to see Trump go down, out of financial and personnel restrictions. All right. Unfortunately, Trump is not in the line of succession right now. So the majority of the resources of Secret Service go to those who are in the succession of the presidency, the current president, the vice president, et cetera, et cetera. Now, people are saying, oh, they didn't have enough support and they denied support for this event. Actually, they requested additional support and they were given that by the Secret Service. This is the first time, and again, this is inside information. This is the first time that the Trump detail actually had 2 counter sniper teams, because they knew his movement, his visibility, his profile has been increasing.
That's weird. Okay.
And this is the first time they actually supported him with 2, not just 1 counter sniper team. And I will tell you this, with what we're about to get into, it paid off and probably saved his life. The other thing was some of the agents that you see responding to the event, not necessarily this initial, the protective circle that they form around him immediately to body bunker him, right? They're all wearing body armor. They're going to jump on his body to potentially take rounds if there's another shooter or if that guy follows up. But everyone's hammering this woman who does not look like the pinnacle of fitness and in the best shape, does not look the most trained or squared away, is a Secret Service agent. And you know what? Not shame on her, but shame on the agency for the hiring standards and the fitness standards and the training standards.
Yep.
But she was not part of Trump's detail. She was actually an augmentee being supported. So they were giving extra.
So she was a body, basically. She was a body. Okay.
Extra support for this visit. So they body bunker around Trump. They're hunkering down right now. More agents are coming up. They're on the comms. People are screaming and freaking out. People are looking around. It is kind of a slow, and I'll say this, it's a little bit of a slow evacuation, but they're also hunkered down right now. To get off the stage, they would have to stand up and expose Trump. So right now they've got him down on the ground. They're hunkering around him. They're waiting for comms. There are, from what I was told, again, inside source, there are only 2 Secret Service CAT team members there, counter assault team. So the 2 guys you see that run up in stage in black, full kitted out, those are Secret Service counter assault team members. They're not usually assigned, but they were assigned for this. And again, not more due to financial and manpower issues. And then you'll see some guys in multicam kit. And from what I was told, that is the Pennsylvania State Police SWAT team, which, as I know, is a full-time team and quite squared away. And I'll tell you this. The Secret Service folks that I've worked with are very squared away. The uniform division of the Secret Service, that's the guys you see kitted out in tactical gear, uniform division. That's their dog handlers, their counter assault team members, their emergency response team members, and their counter snipers. I've worked with all of those guys fairly closely. They are squared away. They are hitters. Just like if you go to a police department, you see all these overweight, out of shape patrol officers. But you go to the SWAT team, those guys are the cream of that crop, right? These are guys that hold their standard, themselves to a higher standard, both in fitness. You can hear Lily Pad underneath me scratching her neck. So you'll see the detail members hunkering down, creating that protective circle, that body bunker around Trump. Hold when you're ready. On you. Up, move. So you can hear him using a call sign, Hawkeye's here. Usually they'll get a motorcade vehicle, or they'll have a ghost car staged right behind the stage, right? They'll have an emergency. I'm assuming because of the size of the detail, they probably don't have a separate ghost car sitting right behind the stage. So they say Hawkeye's here, and that's going to be the vehicle is ready for them to evacuate. Now in one of the videos, and again, this is inside information, but if you go back and watch one of the videos, there's a crane holding this thing. One of the rounds fired by the shooter, by Crooks, accidentally, it was not intentional, but accidentally nicked a hydraulic line. You'll see a bunch of fluid, like a fire hose. It looks like a fire hose shooting out water. That's actually hydraulic fluid. And it got covered. It shot over a whole bunch of the Secret Service vehicles. And they said the windshields were an absolute mess because hydraulic fluid, windshield wipers is just streaking all over the place. Not really super relevant to this in the response, but it's interesting that things happen sometimes in these situations. So you see in black, the 2,
this is a great breakdown. I'm going to give a link to this channel because this is such a great breakdown, and it feels as if we're all learning something here. I definitely don't want to be like, I feel like I'm eating from him. So I'm going to include that in the description here.
Counter assault team members from the Secret Service, they're pulling security, basically one on each corner. There's actually a guy in the back that you can't see because he's in camouflage. But that is a Pennsylvania State Police SWAT officer, from what I've been told, pulling security on the backside by the crowd. You hear shoot her down, so they're passing on comms now. We're clear. They get them up, and they start moving out. So once they're confirmed, shooters down, we're clear. They stand them up. Let me get my shoes.
So we got to move to the class.
Now, I will tell you this from a detail member standpoint. It's a fine line. And I've never worked for the president or former president, but I've worked for some pretty high-end, high-power individuals. And it's a fine line. You're there to support the client, to support the protectee. You're there to facilitate their movement and allow them to conduct their life and their job. That being said, once gunfire starts, once a threat to their life starts, now you're in my world, and now you've got to listen to me. And if my client said, hey, let me get my shoes, I may be like, we're moving now. Your shoes can stay behind. Now, that being said, they said the shooter's down. They said we're clear. Now, I know these guys have been getting some of the stuff that I've seen. Well, what about a second shooter?
There's a lot of people are asking, what about a second shooter? I was in a space earlier today. Everyone's like, why were they not worried about a second shooter? One of the questions that was being asked is, why are they just letting everyone go and not worrying that one of them was a second shooter?
You're standing him up. His head's exposed. What about a second shooter? Yeah, maybe. Okay, maybe so. What if there was a second shooter? Quite possibly. They've got basically a defensive circle around Trump. They've got CAP members out on stage now. They've got Pennsylvania SWAT guys. There's other guys on the roof now where Crooks was. I will tell you this. When we train for probability, not possibility. Probability, not possibility. And history will show you the majority of assassination attempts or assassinations on presidents and world leaders come from one gunman. Unfortunately, not multiple gunmen, not a complex attack. It's not like what we encountered overseas. All right. It's been a bit different. Not to say that we shouldn't rule out. I'm not saying we shouldn't prepare for that and train for that, but probability shows that it was most likely one shooter. So I probably would have liked to get him off the stage a little bit quicker once.
Don't tell JFK that.
We said we're clear, because do we really know if we're clear? I don't know.
So we got to move to the bus.
This is the iconic image. Get ready for it.
Watch out.
Wait. Yeah, they cut his mic. Yeah, and everyone. That's pretty rad. I'm not going to lie. That's pretty badass. Gets clipped in the ear and, he's like, yeah, let's do this.
Best image since World War II, at least. Best image, arguably ever filmed. It's such a the guy literally was shot seconds ago, and he's like, bite. Best image. I mean, amazing.
Moving off the stage, you can see they're still surrounding him. Again, who knows? Is he maybe suffering from worse injuries, under shock? We don't know, but they're hunkering around. They're securing the vehicle. Doors open. You can see the guy holding the door. It's an armored door, so he's holding it. You see some Pennsylvania SWAT guys in multicam in front.
There's the woman. This woman here. You had a bad day. You're taking it.
I'd kind of, hey, get in the car, sir. Come on. And then that's it. Response on actual Trump. Not bad. I'm not gonna cherry pick those guys too much. They jumped on him right away. They kept him down. They hunkered him down. They waited for the all clear sign. Waited for the motorcade vehicle to be there. Hey, Hawkeye's here. Hold. Shooter's down. Clear. All clear. Okay, let's move him. I'm not going to hammer those guys. All right. Now, we lead to this iconic video right here of two Secret Service uniform division counter snipers, which, like I said, very, very squared away guys. Good snipers. Well trained. Good dudes. Hitters. And you've got one guy in front, and he is on a tripod. You got another guy just to his right, and he's basically got his rifle rested and is hunkering down on a knee. Now, I'll tell you this, and the snipers out there will agree with me. Sitting on your range, when you go out to the range and you're sitting down in your comfortable little position, or laying down prone on your shooting mat, or sitting at your shooting bench with your rifle on a bipod, is very, very different than sitting on a sloped, slick metal roof with your rifle locked into a tripod for hours. Very different. These guys, what appears to be they're shooting, it's basically a Remington 700 action in an Accuracy International chassis, chambered in 300 Win Mag. So pretty big bullet with some oomph to it. Here's what's new. Everybody thinks that this guy on the tripod is the one who engaged Crooks and shot him. That is not true. These guys did not get a round off. These guys are not the ones who engaged Crooks. The building that Crooks was on was occupied by local Butler SWAT team, quick reaction force, and snipers. The snipers were actually set up in a hide on the second floor of that building. And they observed Crooks walking around on the ground level with a rangefinder and called it in to get uniformed officers to come around and get him. Well, now by the time the uniformed officers get there.
Now, this is the first question you should be asking yourself. If they call in that there's a guy, an armed gunman, on the roof of the building, and they say it was a blanket call that there's an armed gunman on the roof of the building. Genuine question you can ask yourself, and this is one of the better questions you can ask yourself, is why the hell did they not pull Trump off of the stage? You're telling me that Secret Service and the Butler police are aware of the fact that Trump is giving a speech and within shooting range is an armed gunman who they cannot stop easily. And he's just going off there, just talking, letting him just like to stand there exposed like that, and they don't pull him off the stage? What the hell is happening? This should have been like, hey, there should have been a team of people that came up to him and said, we're getting off the stage now. We're pausing this speech now. How does that not happen? I don't understand. I have serious questions how that can possibly happen, that he's still giving the speech when the police are aware that there's an armed gunman walking around on a roof within 150 yards of him. I mean, that's astonishing. And this is what leads people to question, so who's overseeing this, that they did not yank him off the stage?
They're looking for him, and apparently he was already up on the roof. Secret Service agent and a local police officer went and started to try to shimmy and climb up the roof any way they could. And as they started to peer over the roof, Crooks turned on them with their rifle, and they dropped back down. And then he knew time was of the essence. So he quickly laid down and started engaging. Fortunately, that's probably why he was not successful, because if he was uninterrupted and was able to kind of really sit down and lay there, it probably would have been way worse off. Crooks had an AR-15 chambered in 5.56 or 2.23, right? Tomato, with a standard EOTech non-magnified red dot optic.
To answer your question, Molten Salt, apparently he didn't end up using the ladder. He bought a ladder earlier that day, but he didn't use the ladder. Which this over here is a funny meme. This is pretty funny.
So we're going to do a little test here to see if you guys can notice anything in my video. Okay, so pay close attention. We'll be right back. You guys notice anything? Is it something that's visible? Can you see this? This is what they missed. The Secret Service missed this. So we're going to do a little test here to see if you guys...
Why is he buying the ladder? Does he not realize how ridiculous he's going to look? Supposedly he's very intelligent. I don't understand what's happening here.
Holographic optic. EOTech is, depending on the reticle you have, but the dot, I believe, is a minimum of a 4 MOA dot, for those of you that understand what that means. At 150 yards with an EOTech with no magnification to take a headshot, that's a pretty hard shot when you're taking your time. And the fact that he was rushed and just started shooting was, probably what led to him not being successful. Once it was called out that, hey, there's a guy on the roof of the building, guy climbing up on the roof of the building, the two counter snipers you see here are fixated on their optics. They're looking at the roof of the building through their optics. They're tracking, focusing on that. They did not have a shot on Crooks due to the step of the roof that Crooks was on. They could barely see him. Now they're seeing little tops of a head kind of pop up and move around. What's going on? Keep in mind, they know and are aware that that building is occupied by local law enforcement officers. Again, going back to pulling a trigger on someone stateside versus pulling a trigger on someone in a war zone, non-permissive environment. So now you have counter snipers barely able to see a person or a target on a building. Is this a cop? Is this someone responding to the guy crawling on the roof? What's going on? We're trying to see what's going on. Let's play this real quick, because this is what everyone thinks is the infamous shot, and it's not.
Take a look at what happened.
All right, so you hear 3 shots, boom, 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 unsuppressed, pretty clear. You see the guy, the counter sniper with the tripod. He's on his optic. He pops his head up, pops right back down. You see the rifle tilt down, tilt up, and he backs up. You see the other guy who's prone actually hunkering his head down and hunkering down. Now, yes, I understand it's their job to stay on scope and engage a threat. I understand that. That being said, the angle of where they were positioned from where Crooks was positioned and shooting, they actually thought, and again, this is inside information coming from the source, they actually thought they were being engaged because they could hear the sonic crack of the rounds passing by them. And they actually thought they were being shot at, not Trump. The second sniper team that we have not seen any footage of, any videos of, any pictures of. The second sniper team, which was on another building adjacent to them, and you can see overlays of that, is the one who actually engaged Crooks. They had a shot.
Where's the overlays there? The counter sniper team, so they were over here. This is the evacuation point. That's the shooter location. Okay. So it's the ones who were further away. It's not clear which one, which of this picture. It's not clear whether they were the lower one or the upper one. All right, fine. I don't know why they allowed him on stage. They knew of a certain suspicious person 10 minutes prior to him being on stage. These are real questions. What they knew and when they knew it is obviously the most important thing for us to understand. I agree more with Bongino. I think you should know, Joe, you're the one who opened my eyes to the lies of the Biden administration. I'm glad. See, that means I'm doing my job well. Thank you. Thank you, by the way.
Of that is the one who actually engaged Crooks. They had a shot, and they engaged him with a suppressed SR-25, which is chambered in .308. It's a gas-operated, magazine-fed AR style 308 rifle. And the second sniper team is the team that actually engaged Crooks and put him down. If this guy hit him in the head with a 300 Win Mag, he probably wouldn't have had a head anymore. Right. So the second sniper team, fortunately, this is the first time they assigned 2 sniper teams to him, and it paid off. But the second sniper team is the team that actually engaged Crooks. So second sniper team puts him down. They evac the president. They get up. They identify Crooks on the building. A lot of misinformation goes out there, a lot of what ifs, and that's all we can do when we're watching videos. What can we do? We can look at what we see. But this is inside information from the horse's mouth of what actually happened. These guys are not the guys that engaged. Second sniper team, which we don't know if they were on the roof, if they were inside the building in a hide, whatever it was. What I've been told is that it was actually one hell of a shot for a headshot on that angle with what he was presented as a target. So 3 rounds got off, second sniper team engaged and put him down. And look, we're very, very fortunate. It's amazing in this day and age that
all the other shots came from, they're saying, from the SWAT team that took that counter struck. So it's 3 shots from the shooter, 5 back. That's what I'm gathering from his purported inside information. I have no reason to believe that he seems like a straight shooter, this guy, pardon the pun. Like he seems legit to me. He seems like what he's talking here is, he certainly has a great deal of knowledge about weaponry. And I'm going to pump their channel because let me just finish the video here. I'm already here.
This can even happen. Let's talk about some breakdowns of communication for one, right? All these guys should be on the same frequency. The local team in that building and around that building should be able to communicate with state police. I know when I was a SWAT guy, no less than 7 months ago, because I just left and just retired, we could pick the channel and be on the same comms as we had it called state interoperable. And we could be on comms with state police, and we could be on comms with any other federal agencies that were coming down to support us or that we were supporting. So there was a breakdown in comms for sure. But what really led up to this? What really led up to this is years of our culture of law enforcement just getting dumbed down and dumbed down and dumbed down.
Fat and stupid.
Poor hiring practices to make it equal rather than finding the best candidate for the job. Financial and budgetary cuts so these guys don't have the proper training, manpower, personnel, equipment, etc.
He doesn't sound like he's a big fan of DEI.
If there were more manpower, they should have come out and done an advance on this, and all of those buildings way in advance. They should have had at least a liaison with Secret Service Uniform Division with those SWAT guys in and around that building. When they say, hey, that building was not in the Secret Service's purview, what they mean by that is that area, any personnel in that area, even all those people that were on the news watching him climb onto the building that were over there, that was outside where the magnetometer is used for Secret Service to get people inside the venue. So that was up to local law enforcement to patrol and secure. If you know me, if you've watched any of my stuff, I can be the biggest supporter of law enforcement. I want to help people, cops, law enforcement become better. And if I can help them do that, I will go to the ends of the earth to do that. But I'm also some of your harshest critics because I can be, because I did the job. I've been shot at. All right.
All right. So he sounds, like I said, I don't know much about this individual, but I am gonna promote their channel here because I do appreciate the work that they provide. It is the Fieldcraft Survival channel. They have over 1 million subs. That was a great breakdown as to what happened. I am putting, I'm going to put in here to please sub up to, hopefully they don't copyright the claim. Hopefully they don't copyright claim me. But, all right, that's in the description now. I'll even help him out on Rumble. Not right now. I'll do that a little bit later. Okay. So. He's talking. When did he make that video? He made that video when?
Personnel in the area.
When did that drop? So that was yesterday. Okay. That dropped yesterday. Today, there was updated information that he could not know was going to come out. The Diligent Denizen, he's a independent reporter. He tweeted out the Secret Service Kimberly Chu walks back her previous statement. She now admits the U.S. Secret Service was solely responsible for the design, implementation, execution of the site of the former president's rally in Pennsylvania. She still has not resigned. And this is the video where she breaks that down.
You said that local law enforcement was responsible for that building. What did you mean by that?
So Secret Service respects local law enforcement, and we could not do our job either investigatively or on our protective mission without them. In Pennsylvania, in fact, on that same...
This is Kimberly Cheadle, the woman who everyone is focused on right now because she is the head of the Secret Service.
Same day, they were also working the First Lady trip and a vice presidential trip. So I understand the constraints that they're under. And as I said earlier, we couldn't do our job without them.
Some people are saying, are talking about the fact that there was Secret Service detail that was assigned to Jill Biden, that she planned this trip roughly 5 to 10 days after Trump scheduled this rally. And people are questioning, why are you there the same time as Trump? And was that purposeful to spread Secret Service thin? I think that that's kind of flimsy. To me, that feels like a bit of a reach. That's my opinion. I wonder what you think. To me, that claim that Joe Biden or her circle were attempting to spread the Secret Service thin by showing up there at the same time as Trump, and that was purposeful. It sounds... That's not something I would feel comfortable screaming at some lefty, right? Like, I would never scream that at some lefty. Joe Biden went to Butler, Pennsylvania on that day specifically because she won. I would feel uncomfortable with that. I would not feel remotely uncomfortable saying, how the hell does the only spot that has aerial view within 150 yards and there's nobody on the roof there, and you're going to tell me because the building ceiling, the building roof was sloped, and we see the picture of them standing up there, where it doesn't look sloped. I mean, it looks like it's sloped at like a 3-degree angle. And he's like, oh, it was sloped. Oh, it was very dangerous. It's very slippery there. That's why. How can we risk someone falling off the roof? It's like, stop it. That's insanity. That the location that anyone who's ever played Fortnite would recognize is the first location you want to try and get up to. It's like a race to that spot if you're looking to take a shot at someone on the stage there, and you're telling me you don't have someone up there. I mean, that you don't have someone blocking, police who are blocking access to that roof. What is wrong with you? What is like that I'd be screaming at someone from the left. I would not be screaming at them. Joe Biden planned that to have, because that's like, it's just a reach. It's just a reach. It's only noteworthy as part of a cumulative series of questions. But standing on its own, it's like, come on.
At that particular site, we divided up areas of responsibility, but the Secret Service is solely responsible for the design and the implementation and the...
When I was watching this, I was like, is she wearing flippers? What is that blue thing by her feet? I don't even know what I'm looking at down there. Is she standing on something? I don't... What's by her feet?
Responsibility, but the Secret Service is solely responsible for the design and the implementation and the execution of the site. And that's what I was trying to stress, was that we just divided up areas of responsibility, and they provided support to those areas of responsibility.
And you mentioned the First Ladies also event in Pittsburgh. You guys have a lot of areas to cover. Were any assets diverted from the former president's rally to her detail?
No, there were no assets from the Secret Service that were diverted at all.
Okay, so no one swapped out any of the posts, for example?
No.
Okay. CNN, of course, has reporting that the Secret...
So, if this is true, how did he know that? How would he know that there's that's this spot's open? Like, when he's going to the place, I mean, how does he happen to find that spot? That to me is makes it sound way worse as far as him having help. That the guy who happens to not show up to cover that spot, he happens to find that spot. How does he do that so quickly into the speech? It's like, what, 10 minutes into the speech, and we know he was up there. How does he know that he's going to have that opportunity unless he has inside help? That to me is a fair question.
Service increased security for former President Trump because of a credible threat from Iran. I've spoken with several people who look at the perimeter, hearing that news, look at the perimeter and say, how, knowing that there was a credible threat against the former president, how could that perimeter be so small that it excluded a building just 150 yards away from the podium?
I can't get into the specifics of any threats, but obviously with all of our protectees, we're constantly monitoring the threats that are out there, and we design our security plan based on that.
That's not answering. That's not answering. That's not answering the question. The point is you should be having beefed up security because of those threats. Not are you aware of these threats?
Also depending on the venue and the environment that we're in. And on that particular day, a full advance had been completed. But this is also why we are doing an internal review, and we look forward to the external review as well. And obviously, if there are things that we need to change about our policies or our procedures or our methods, we are certainly going to do so.
Was that perimeter too small?
The perimeter encompassed the area that we needed to secure for the event that we had on that day.
But is it that area too? Is that the area? So are you saying it was supposed to be covered, or are you saying that are you saying it's not your fault?
What happened is a terrible incident and should never happen. And we are obviously going to make sure that moving forward, we take whatever lessons that come out of this and adjust accordingly.
Was every element, every part of his, from the intelligence to the counter assault team, to the detail agents, the shift agents, I mean, every element top to bottom of the advance in the operation, was every element increased after you learned of this credible threat?
What we increased was what we felt was appropriate for the former president and for that particular event on that day. We have been increasing the assets and the resources and the staffing that we have been providing to the former president since he was a presidential candidate and then the presumptive nominee. That's what I can tell you.
That sounds like a no.
I am not saying a no at all. I'm saying that we have continued to increase the resources that we've been providing to the former president.
Let me just ask you about Vance, because you actually...
And let's look to that. Oh, come on. What are you doing? She says they're solely responsible for the implementation and execution of security at the Cyrus rally. I didn't hear her say that. I didn't hear it. Did I miss that? Did I miss that? But her response is it's not too small. We did what we're supposed to do. I don't know. Do you guys think they did what they were supposed to do? Republicans confronted Cheeto at the RNC. I tweeted you the link to it if you want to play it. She stonewalled them on the briefing call. You tweeted me the link. I'm gonna come back to that later. I'll come back to that later. But thank you. Maybe I'll come back. I'm not sure. But this is what was referenced earlier. And this is mighty suspicious. This is mighty suspicious. Look at this. BlackRock and Vanguard are some of the largest shareholders of Austin Private Wealth, the company that shorted DJT for 12 million shares the day before the assassination attempt on Donald Trump. Wow. 12 million share short. Because obviously, if you're unfamiliar with the way the stock market works, so shorting is when you're anticipating that a stock is going to drop. What do? How does shorting work? Here's the long and short of it. Here's the quick explanation as to how shorting works. When you short a stock, you are basically borrowing it. You borrow the stock at a certain price. And then this is the simplest way I can explain it. And then you're going to repay that at some point in the future. So you're locking in the price at price X and then selling it off. And then you're buying it, and you're basically borrowing it and selling it at the same moment. You don't get the money for it, but you're basically borrowing it and selling it at the same moment. So if you borrow a share, let's say at $10, and selling it at $10, and then when you pay for it, you're paying for it down the road. So if the stock price drops, so if you let's say get 1 million shares at $10, you spend $10 million. Okay, so now you're basically selling $10 million worth of assets, and then you buy the stock and pay for it when the price drops to $8 a share. And the money only transacts when you're actually buying the stock back at the end when you're closing out the short position. But that's what it means to short a stock. You're basically borrowing it and selling it in the same moment. And then in the future, you're going to be paying for that loan of borrowing it by buying the stock, and you're buying it at this reduced rate if the stock price goes down. If it goes up, well, then you have to pay the higher price. But that's essentially how a short sale operates. So you're shorting a stock when you're expecting that the stock price is going to dip. Well, you talk about a stock that is thoroughly dependent on the life and health of Donald J. Trump. There is probably almost no stock. Maybe he has some other stocks in Trump or something like that. The Trump corporations. But I would venture to say that which stock is most likely to tank immediately after a successful assassination of Donald Trump, you would think Truth Social would take a bath, because Truth Social exists as a place to hear Donald Trump. That's what it is. It's a place to hear Donald Trump. There's no reason to go there if he's not posting there. So if people are shorting it a day before, that doesn't mean that they are behind this attack. But it certainly leads you to question whether they have reason to know of it. And some people are fairly confident that he's not going to be as successful in helping Truth Social make money. So to me, that is a significant thing. That is a significant thing. It makes you question what motivated you to sell shorts. What information did you have that said we're going to sell short on 12 million shares? Austin Private Wealth and connections to the Bush family shorted 12 million shares of DJT via put option on July 12th, just one day before the assassination attempt. Did the Bushes know something was going to happen to Donald Trump? This massive trade represents 6% of total shares and over 16% of the float, given Trump's 60% ownership. Their $1 billion makes this a significant bet. Austin Private Wealth is connected to the Bush family through James A. Baker III, senior policy director with longstanding ties to the Bushes, having served as Secretary of State under George Herbert Walker Bush and in various roles under Reagan and George W. Bush. George W. Bush has strongly shared his support against Trump despite everything happening in our country. While these connections don't imply direct involvement, and I agree they don't, they highlight significant professional relationships, and it's very weird. It's very, very weird if this guy's a lone wolf, really just completely acting on his own. Then you would think nobody would know to sell short on Truth Social a day earlier. It's very strange. It's a very strange thing. It makes you, to me, this is a big red flag. This is something like, wow, that's a very heavy investment. That's a very heavy investment. You don't have to know the spot is open. 20-year-olds don't do a lot of planning. He possibly knew from the day of site survey. But if there's a cancellation that day, how would a site survey help him? So you think that he went there hoping that someone's not going to be there? Like when he's driving the 70 kilometers over from his home to the site, what's the plan? When he's buying a ladder, what's the plan? He's not trying to buy a ladder. Presumably, I assume that he thought he was going to need a ladder. Likely that he would put the ladder against the wall, leave his stuff in the car, and then come back to the car after he props the ladder against the wall and then just scales the ladder as deftly as possible. And then saw, hey, I think I can climb up without the ladder, and that'll be less suspicious if it's not there. That's what I would think happened. But if he's buying a ladder, that means he kind of had some sort of plan. Why is that his plan? Unless you're saying he thought he was going to go to a different building, which is possible. That's why he bought the ladder, and then he found this spot. If there's, how does he know there's no one up there when he climbs up there with a gun, and that he's not going to get killed the second he pokes his head over the top of the roof? If there's supposed to be a team that was on the roof that's AWOL, why weren't they replaced? I don't know. Apparently, there's no recognition of that yet. He was supposed to be sentenced this week. Oh, you're saying that Trump was supposed to be sentenced. That got pushed back to September 18th. I say he was supposed to be sentenced last week. I say CIA front company trying to make some dark money. I don't know. Could be. But thank you, Sandy, for sharing that with me. Appreciate your help with that. All right. What else do I have for you here? I covered this. So here's another thing that people were talking about today, and that is this garage door opener thing that was found on top of the roof. New photo shows cell phone and the transmitter device. This is the cell phone. This gray thing is the transmitter device, which you can see the bottom is out and the battery is taken out. After assassination attempt of President Trump. So they see this transmitter device and not sure what the objective of it is. Some people saying it's a trash discourse saying it's an alpha firing device. It definitely looks like that. Yeah, that's the same. You can see the same little oval thing that they have at the bottom here is present over here. All right. Got that. This is when the Mayorkas is blocking the Secret Service director from testifying. We talked about that already. So I just want to encapsulate the different issues that have been brought up with respect to why it is that people have questions about this entire scenario. So I sort of made myself a little list here, which looks very professional in my Word document that I haven't even saved. We covered here the other day, there was the mysterious ducking woman, who she seems to be ducking before any shots go off. And then when the shots start firing, she picks her head up and pulls her camera phone out. You can see her in the video of the shooting just from our angle looking at Trump to the right of him, his left, our right on camera, and sitting in the front row. If I pull up here. Where are you? Where was it? find so fast. All right. I compared her to the Russian lady from the Zapruder films from the Kennedy assassination. In fact, that I want to show you. That I think I'll find pretty fast. The babushka lady.
November 22nd, 1963, marked a watershed moment that erupted in the history of the United States. The assassination of 31st President John Fitzgerald Kennedy shook the world.
All right, let's get past the dramatics. This is the babushka lady that everyone talks about. I guess because she's wearing a shawl on her head.
True answer to. Among these, the mystery of the babushka lady persists. The name babushka is Russian for old woman or grandmother and was bestowed on this woman as a result of the headscarf she was wearing, which was similar to those worn by elderly Russian women. Babushka became a point of interest for many as she appears in a number of photographs that show her continuing to film the presidential car while many people run for cover after shots were fired. These poignant images of her polar behavior are what caught the attention of many investigators and conspiracy researchers. The reason authorities know so little is because her face remains hidden from the view of all the cameras that recorded the event. However, what the photos did reveal was that after she continued to take pictures of the presidential car before and after the attack, Babushka then walks over to Elm Street and proceeds to join the crowd that walks up the grassy knoll where she disappears entirely. Babushka became such an important person of interest because, whoever the woman was, she did not identify herself to law enforcement on the day of the assassination like the rest of the public in the crowds. Furthermore, in an effort to investigate Kennedy's murder, the United States government confiscated any material that documented the assassination of the president. The constant recurrence.
All right. Anyway, so that's your babushka lady. I'm not going to waste more time with this. But the point is that's the famous babushka lady from the Zapruder films from the Kennedy assassination, and then we had that woman with her cell phone who she ducks before there's any shots. She seems to duck before there's any shots. To me, that's actually more suspicious than the babushka lady. Babushka lady might have just been some woman who's like some old Russian who's like, yeah, they're not firing at me. No one's trying to kill me, so I'm going to keep filming this. To me, I never took much stock in the whole babushka lady thing. What's weird about this woman filming, it's not that weird. I don't think it's that weird, and that's why I don't want to make more out of her than when I'm trying to assess what to me is really weird. I think that's being overhyped a little bit. The reason I think it's being overhyped a little bit is because in shocking moments that are very unexpected, people tend to act weirdly. Did she duck down early? Yeah, but for all we know, that she felt like something by her foot. We don't know, and it's just that actually is a coincidence. People react differently. Am I saying she's definitely unrelated to this whole thing? No, I mean, okay. Why would she be ducking early? If she's part of it, if she knows it's coming, why does she think that she's in danger, that she's ducking? So I don't really understand the whole ducking phone woman thing. To me, that's something I'm like, until you have something more solid on her, just miss me with that. I don't need that. Another claim that I heard today that they were discussing in the X space that I was talking about was people saying, why'd they allow people to leave when they see there's a potential detonator? They shouldn't allow people to leave. They're not knowing if there's a bomb. This is what people in X space were saying on the panel. This is something that one woman was screaming about. I didn't even understand the argument. I don't understand the argument at all. So what, you're going to have them stay there? There's a potential bomb. So you're saying, they were like, how do you know it's not in the parking lot? Okay. Someone's trying to cause harm to the crowd. You think they're going to leave it in the parking lot? Or they're going to leave it here? See, I don't understand any of that. Then people were saying you shouldn't let them leave. The Secret Service are acting funky and allowing people to leave and not worrying that they need to find out about a second shooter or witnesses or something of that nature. Yeah, that they could have funneled them back through while the magnetometer was set up in order to screen people before they come in, and that's taken away. They could have put it back up to force people to come on through. That sounds like that's Monday morning quarterbacking. That I'm not even sure even Monday morning quarterbacking, that's a wise thing to do in a situation where there might be a bomb on site. Like I don't really swallow that one. To me, I think that's like, all right, let's stop talking crazy. I'm throwing out all the different arguments I've heard for people to try and express that this is not a lone wolf situation. And, so the implication of this claim about the Secret Service afterwards allowing the crowd to disperse is some sort of sign that they knew that he's a lone shooter, or they knew the crowd was not going to be in danger, or they thought they knew who it was, or that they were intentionally being sloppy because they want to hinder the investigation. That doesn't hinder the investigation. Anyone who saw something can always come to the FBI or the Secret Service and report about it. I don't see how that's hindering the investigation. I don't see a basis to leave people in there. You're not worrying about a second shooter slipping away. The whole thing is very. You're not going to hold up tens of thousands of people so we don't leave them in potentially dangerous areas so that they can be trapped in together with a second shooter. I just don't even understand the argument here. So I don't want to hear. To me, that argument was. I was just like sitting there, kind of rolling my eyes and saying, "Let's stop reaching. There's enough red meat here to raise questions about that. To be examining this whole thing that they should have done that, or the Secret Service actions after the shots were fired with respect to the crowd, is weird and indicative of there being some sort of plot to kill Trump. I don't really understand any of that. If you understand any of that, drop a comment below. If you think I'm wrong, I can be convinced. I'm just telling you where I'm at right now based on what the information we have and the arguments that I've heard presented. That's an argument that to me makes no sense. It really makes no sense at all. What about the filming of people yelling at the cops about the gunman on the roof? So I meant to actually look at that. I really wanted to look at that. And then one thing I wanted to do today that I did not have a chance to do is I was going to try and find where in the speech he makes that statement and how much time passes. How much time passes from from that moment in the speech until the shots are fired. This is something I meant to do. In fact, I'm going to actually engage in that with you right here and now. We're going to try and figure that out together. Let's figure this out together. So first step is we need to pull up exactly what he was saying at that moment in time. We're going to do a little research together here. I don't think it's going to take very long. It was shared with me by, I know who it was. I remember who it was. Mr. E shared it. There it is.
Look, they're all pointing.
The Atlantic, maybe the Pacific.
Yeah, someone's on top of the roof. Look.
Okay, so this is where they're identifying him on the roof. We can hear Donald Trump talking in the background. So I want to try and focus on the words that he's saying. The reason I want to focus on the words that he's saying is because I'm wondering how much time has passed in between this moment that they're seeing someone on the roof and when the shots were fired. So we have a much clearer timeline, a little bit clearer timeline here as far as this guy being that we can verify for sure that this guy is known to be on the roof and Trump is still up there speaking. So I want to try and listen to what he's saying, what Trump is saying. Then I'm going to be running through his speech because his speech was only got like 15 minutes, the speech in Butler, and try and figure out where this moment in time is and then see how much time there is between this and when the shots are fired. That's the game plan. That's what we're doing right here and now. We're on a little investigative research on our together, you and me as a team here. So let's listen to Trump. Instead of listening to the people talking who are filming, let's try to hear Trump so we can identify what part of the speech this is.
If he was doing the job, I wouldn't even be doing this. I'd be at some beautiful place.
Look, they're all pointing.
The Atlantic, maybe the Pacific.
Yeah, someone's on top of the roof. Look. There he is right there.
So he says Atlantic, maybe Pacific. Now, in this video here, to be fair, there's no cop around. Is there? It does look like there's a cop right over here. There's another cop back here. So it should not take that long to notify cops.
Yeah, someone's on top of the roof. Look. There he is right there.
Maybe they're talking to a cop.
Right there, see him? He's laying down. See him?
Yeah, he's laying down.
And Scott, I'm here with you fighting like hell to get a Senate.
What's happening?
And to make sure we take back the White House.
Okay. Now, so I heard him say Atlantic and Pacific. Evening, Fletcher boy. Does not have range to where he parked his car. I don't know what the hell he could have been doing that. He's trying to blow up his car? What would that do? Alpha transmitter range find him because he's not smart. Butler Police Commissioner speaks regarding the security role with Secret Service on Fox News this morning. They direct parking and backup needed. Yeah. I'm saying it's about 2.5 minutes. Well, I want to try and figure that out. I'm going to do the work myself.
If you want to really see something that's said, take a look at what happened.
You know, because of the assassination attempt, finding the actual speech is actually a little bit of a struggle. God, it's so annoying.
And then the worst president in the history of our country took over. And look what happened to our country. Probably 20 million people.
Oh, this is too late. I need it earlier. Damn it. Can't play that. I know I can't play that.
Hello, Butler, and hello to Pennsylvania. I'm thrilled to be back.
I love this guy.
In this beautiful comedy.
Hello, Butler. Hello, Pennsylvania.
Hardworking American patriots, and that's what you are. We got to bring our country back to health. Because our country is going to hell, if you haven't noticed.
Going to hell.
Millions and millions of people are pouring in from prisons and from mental institutions. We're going to stop it. We're going to get it stopped. We're going to bring them back. As he said, we're going to bring them back. We're going to deport. With the help of everyone here tonight, we're going to win Pennsylvania this November. We're going to defeat crooked Joe Biden and laughing Kamala Harris. And we're going to take back the White House, and we're going to take back our country. We're going to take it back. Our country's been stolen from us. You see that? It's the greatest, one of the greatest crimes is what they've done over 4 years and hiding what the obvious facts are. Isn't it a shame? You run for the president of the United States from a basement. All very dishonest stuff. But, you know, we're going to have the greatest election. I tell you what, we did fantastically in 2016. We did much better in 2020. You know, we did fantastic. We did fantastically in 2020. Better. And it was rigged. It was a rigged deal, but we did much better. But it's nothing compared to the enthusiasm all over, not just in Pennsylvania, all over. There's nothing compared to the enthusiasm that we've seen over the last year. Because, I mean, a year, think of it, year and a half ago it started. It really started from immediately after the election. You want to know the truth. But a year and a half ago, we were seeing crowds of people desperate to have rallies, desperate to have anything to take back our country. And we're going to take it back. Next week, the Republican Party will hold its convention in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. And 5 days from now, we will officially accept the Republican nomination for president of the United States. Right? And we're going to get a good senator. I'll tell you have a real stiff right now in office. He's a stiff. You know, your current senator, I never met him. I don't think I've ever met him. I was only there 4 years, but I don't think I ever met him. I'll tell you, that's your senator. He votes with Biden or whoever happens to be furthest left.
Thank you.
We got to get him elected. McCormick. We got to get McCormick, press McCormick.
Thank you.
He's a good man, too. He's a valiant fighter. He's a great, great gentleman. So we're going to bring him up can we bring him up for a couple of minutes later, a little bit later? All right. You get ready, McCormick. You get ready. I'll get you up here. The world will see a vibrant Republican Party that.
Yeah, I think he's going to drop out. I think if you tell me Schumer and Hakeem Jeffries are against him, I say he's not going to make it. They both want him to drop out. I think within 2 weeks he's gone. 2 weeks on the outside. I don't think he's going to make it to August.
Is bigger, stronger, more confident, and more united than ever before. And that's what we are. We're the most united party now. I'm watching the fake news go crazy because they're saying the Republican Party has not been united since Ronald Reagan like it is right now. It was united under Ronald Reagan the second time. It was very united. And they said there's never been anything like it. They've never seen a movement like this. Make America great again. You know, Joe Biden talks about we have to stop MAGA. MAGA means make America great again, Joe.
You've been stopping America from being great for a while.
That's all we want to do. If he was doing the job, I wouldn't even be doing this. I'd be at some beautiful place with a gorgeous ocean, the Mediterranean, the Atlantic, maybe the Pacific.
Boom. There you go. When he's saying this, that's what we heard him saying. That's the video. That's the video where he's saying that.
I wouldn't even be doing this. I'd be at some beautiful place with a gorgeous ocean, the Mediterranean.
Look, they're all pointing.
The Atlantic, maybe the Pacific. Yeah.
There you go. That's 9 seconds into this video. So we are now at 6:43. 6:43. When he's saying this, the shooter is already identified on the roof, and police are less than 20 yards away.
Thank you. Thank you.
I'm gonna play it at the same time.
Yeah, someone's on top of the roof. Look. There he is right there. Right there. See him? He's laying down. See him?
Yeah, he's laying down.
Instead I'm here with you fighting like hell
What's
to get
happening?
a senator elected and to make sure we take back the White House, because if we do, we're going to make America better than ever before. We're going to make
look. There he
And
is.
it's not easy, because we have millions and millions of people in our country that shouldn't be here. Dangerous people. Criminals. We have criminals. We have drug dealers. We have people that should not be here. And it's much tougher than if it happened. We have the strongest border ever.
So now,
in recorded history, we had the best.
At this point, where that woman's screaming, it's 7 minutes and 28 seconds into this thing. They're calling to the police at 7 minutes and 28 seconds of this video.
Border. In fact, if they could ever put up a chart, I don't know if they can do it. Do you guys have access to that chart that I love so much? You don't mind if I go off teleprompter, do you? Because these teleprompters are so damn boring. I try and explain that. Oh, there's it. Wow. You guys are doing it. They're getting better with time. My guys, take a look at that chart. Take a look at the arrow on the bottom. See the big red arrow, right? So that's when I left office. That was the lowest point, and that comes right from the government services, comes right out of Border Patrol. Take a look at that. So that arrow is the lowest amount of illegal immigration.
Now, by this point, they could have gotten him off the stage, right? I mean, it's 30 seconds later, you call in, shooter on the roof, get him off the stage, right? I mean, that's how long should that take? We're already, all right.
Ever in recorded history into our country. And then the worst president in the history of our country took over. And look what happened to our country. Probably 20 million people. And you know, that's a little bit old, that chart. That chart's a couple of months old. And if you want to really see something.
It's now 1 minute and 6 seconds since police have been alerted to the fact that there's someone on the roof with a gun. He's still talking. Why? Why is he still talking? How can that not raise massive red flags for anyone who thinks that this is Secret Service doing their job rather than being, I don't know, someone stopping them from doing their job?
Something that said, take a look at what happened.
So it's a minute and 10. It's basically a minute and 10 seconds from the end of that video, which it's not like it's 3 minutes, not like it's 5 minutes. It's a minute and 10 seconds. Watch. So those first 3 shots of the shooter.
If you want to really see something that said, take a look at what happened.
Those 5 shots are counter strikes. There's Brick Suit standing up there. So, you know, people are bothered, and just to further my point that we shouldn't be worrying about this event's babushka lady, this woman who is over here. I don't see her right now in this shot. People say you can see it. This woman here. I think it's the woman in the black hat.
To our country. And then the worst president in the history of our country took over. And look what happened to our country. Probably 20 million people. And you know, that's a little bit old.
See, people say that, oh, she's ducking down now. I'm not seeing anything suspicious here.
That chart's a couple of months old. And if you want to really see something that said, take a look at what happened.
She pulls out her phone. She's ducking down and pulling out her phone. I don't think there's anything weird about that. They want to turn this woman into the babushka lady. I'm sorry. If you watch her in the moments before, she looks like she's having a good time, like everyone else.
We have people that should not be here, and it's much tougher than if it happened. We had the strong.
Everyone's looking over in that direction because he's pointing them to some screen that's up there. If you watch her,
And then the worst president in the history of our country took over.
she looks like she's having a chat with some people up there. It's a normal day for her at this point.
What happened to our country? Probably 20 million people.
Yeah,
and
this woman's
that's
nothing.
a little bit old, that chart. That chart's a couple of months old. And if you want to really see something that's sad, take a look at what happened.
She is ducking down like everyone else. And yeah, you film. People know to film. And Brick Suit's filming also. None of them are ducking. He's up there.
Moving his hair. Hold. When you're ready. On you. Ready. Move.
All right.
Move.
We'll stay for the cool moment.
Guys here. Move it to the stand. Get ready. You ready? Are we good? Shooters down. Are we good to move? We're clear. Let's move. We're clear. Come on. Let me get my shoes. I got you, sir.
Let me get my shoes, sir.
Hold that in your head. It's bloody.
So we got to move to the car. What's up?
Is that another bullet? Unbelievable. That's great presence of mind. Yeah. Okay. Maybe. I'm not sure. Anyway, so we see there's only 1 minute and 10 seconds that goes by. So the question is why he's still on stage. It's not like it was 3 minutes. 1 minute and 10 seconds. It's pushing what's an appropriate length of time. It's pushing it a little bit. All right. What do I want to get to next here? All right. To me, so people yelling at the cops about the gunman on the roof. I look at that as an issue. More of an issue than the Jill Biden scheduling on the same day. It's when I'm ranking stuff. Mystery ducking phone woman. To me, she's not a mystery. I think that's a distraction. Ignore that. Allowing people to leave. I don't see anything in there either. But they didn't screen the people. Even if this detonator a bomb to me, that doesn't tell you to leave people here in a place where there's potentially a bomb. That I don't see that either. People yelling at cops about the gunman on the roof. 1 minute and 10. That's what we see. At least from when people are yelling about the guy being on the roof until the shots are fired. Is that the reaction time you'd be hoping for before they would get him off stage? No. Is that sign that there's, this was a plot to take him out by the government? I don't think so. I don't think it's enough time. That could be incompetence. That could be something as simple as incompetence. The fact that he was able to access that area, that to me is really big. That he was able to access that area and that they failed to keep him off that roof. They don't have anyone guarding that roof. They don't have anyone standing up on that roof. All of that to me is a massive, massive failure, which should be making you ask questions. Only based on the terrible history of our institutions. Here's another thing that I've never brought up yet before. I brought up today on the X Space. There's no social media available on this guy. Zero. How is that possible? How is that possible that we don't know, we can't find, know the entire, the universe of the world having access to social media? Everyone wants to know about Thomas Crooks. How do we not know? How does no one have screenshots of his Facebook page, of his X posts, of his Instagram, YouTube videos? We have nothing. I mean, nothing on this guy. And that to me just smells like it's been scrubbed. That before the name came out, that there was an intention to scrub all of that. Why? That is very, very, very suspicious. I get very bothered by the things we cannot see more than the things that we can see. It's the fact that whenever I see people are basically in charge, are like doing this to us, I'm like, what? You're not doing that you're not doing that for a positive reason. And that lack of transparency, that effort to screen out the public from being able to see what he says on social media, that to me is a massive red flag that people with a lot of authority are specifically trying to scrub his existence from the internet. I mean, excuse me, this happened 5 days ago now almost. You're telling me that we don't know of any writings he's ever put? Just like a handful of pictures of him throughout his life? This is 2024. Everyone has a social media imprint. Everybody. The biggest loser out there has a social media imprint. They had some video of him that popped up 10 seconds later saying, "You got the wrong guy." What the hell was that about? I don't understand anything that's happening. His social media to me is a massive red flag. Much bigger than Jill Biden, much bigger than how the Secret Service are handling the crowd afterwards. I don't even, it's even worse than the fact that there was a display of incompetence. Because you could chalk that up as incompetence. That a minute 10 they didn't get him off the stage. We were trying to get him off the stage. A minute 10 after a gunman's been identified on the roof. You can look at that as incompetence. People are like, wait, do I really want to make that call? Sometimes when you're in the moment of something terrible happening, you almost need to people start like reassessing, like, what's the right decision to make here? I think back to 9/11. Okay. I haven't told this story in a while, so I'll share with you my 9/11. On September 11, 2001, I was supposed to be taking a deposition. This was a deposition that I was supposed to be taking. My boss had hired me and said, take this deposition and go into the city and take this deposition. I was living in Queens at the time. So it was a deposition that had been pushed off multiple times. This deposition had been pushed off, and the court had warned us and said, this is your last chance. If you don't get the deposition now, you're not getting this witness's deposition. So I knew that I really had to take the deposition that day. I got on the express bus somewhere around 8:30 or so, 8:45. The deposition is supposed to be starting at 10 o'clock. It takes an hour for the express bus to get into Midtown Manhattan. And while we're on the express bus, this is before the age of the internet, everyone having cell phones, smartphones. I actually still had a Walkman. So and I had a beeper back in the day. This is how old I am. So all of a sudden, we hear a news report that one of the towers was hit. And everyone's talking about it on the bus. People talking to strangers, wow, did you hear? A plane hit the tower. The people are like, wow, what happened? A plane hit the tower. And then we assume that it's pilot error. And we're like, how could that happen? And people are speculating because how could that happen? It's not something, you're not supposed to be able to fly a plane over New York City. How the heck could a plane fly into one of the towers? And then A few minutes later, we heard about the second tower being hit while I was still on the bus. So when the second tower hit, everyone was like, okay, this is a terrorist strike. That can only be a terrorist strike. That can't be anything. That has to be a terrorist strike. So the bus said, pulled over, and the bus driver makes an announcement into the speaker saying, you know, we've been directed that we're not supposed to be driving into the city, so you're going to have to get off here. If you want to go into the city, you're going to have to take the subway. Now, we all know there's a terrorist strike going on in New York. And I'm like, oh, hell no. I'm not going in there. I'm not going in there. So I have to call my adversary. So I found a payphone because, again, this is before smartphones. So I found a payphone and I call my adversary. And I said, I'm not sure if you heard, but there's been a terrorist attack in New York. So I'm not coming in for the deposition. And my adversary says to me, I want to be 100% clear, counselor. You're not coming in for this deposition. So I said, right, I'm not coming into the city. So he's like, I'm going to go on the record. And I just want you to be aware that I'm going to go on the record and I'm going to make a statement that we were scheduled to have this, which was marked final, to have a deposition today, and you're canceling this. So you sure you want me to do that? And I was like, and I'm thinking, I'm like lost in thought. I'm like, it does seem kind of like a serious repercussion that my case could, you know, this case that I'm supposed to be helping out on, that I could be jeopardizing that by choosing not to go into the city. Maybe I should go into the city. I don't know. Should I go into the city? I'm not sure. I don't know. Understand, at this moment in time, towers are still standing, right? I mean, like, you know, I believe it's a terrorist attack. I haven't, you know, it's not like there's been like reports. All I heard is that there's a second a plane that hit. I haven't seen any news, haven't heard any police. I know that the bus is not going in, and I'm trying to make the assessment in the moment. So all of this is coming through my brain. And then I was like, yeah, you know what? You can put that on the record. That's fine. I'll be fine with that. I'll be fine. I'll go. If you refuse to have your client appear, I'll go back to the court and I'll tell them that I refuse to come in when there's a terrorist attack going on in the city. And I went back to my parents' house and, like, you know, and we were watching on the TV, and I got back there. You see the planes, you know, stuck out of the building. The next thing you know, we watched towers fall. I called the wife, you know, let her know I wasn't in the city. All family, everyone's calling each other to try and be like, you know, make sure that everyone's okay. No one's in the city or, you know, near the towers. And after the fact, it's like, yeah, of course you don't go into the city. The freaking towers were struck. While the events, the reason I share this with you is because while the events are happening, you're sort of trying to figure out, is this a moment in time? Like, what is the appropriate reaction for this unusual series of events? And you're processing as to, like, am I overreacting? I don't want to overreact. I don't want to underreact. And your brain takes some time to sort of process what is the appropriate reaction here. I give you this context to say that president is up on stage. A lot of people are asking why there's a full minute and 10 seconds that we see that there's a gunman up on the roof. Why did they not pull him off the stage? Does that mean it's an inside job? Does that mean that this is, you know, some sort of plan to give this gunman an opportunity to take a shot? Yeah, after the fact, we see what happened. After the fact, it's very easy to say, how do you not pull him off the stage? But that's really what your classic Monday morning quarterbacking is. Because, like, when you're there in the moment, you're sort of saying to yourself, am I about to, like, basically order President Trump to stop speaking in the middle of a rally? And I don't know that some loony might be on the roof. I don't know if they could see how well they could see his gun. If you can't see the gun, you might think to yourself, he's just some fan who wants to watch and couldn't get in there. So he's trying to, you know, I'm not going to. So it's like, imagine if he doesn't have a gun and you basically rush Donald Trump off the stage for just because there was some weird fan who decided to climb on a roof to get a better view of the rally. Figure, oh, there's some kid thinks, oh, this would be cool. I'll watch the rally from the roof of this building. And now you just threw the president off stage and created this whole bomb scare, so to speak, over nothing. And that's what I'm saying is, yeah, okay, now that the shots are fired and guys killed and everything, we know what happened. We know how everything played out. It's very easy to say, how do you let a full 70 seconds pass from him being identified on the roof and still you left the guy up there on stage? What I'm saying is, I can understand that in the moment there, people are like, okay, I need to be 100% sure that there is a gunman up there on the roof, not just some crazed fan, before I'm going to stop Donald Trump in the middle of his friggin' rally. Like, I'm not going to, would you want to stop Donald Trump in the middle of a rally and then be wrong about it? That you stopped him for nothing? I don't think so. So you sort of want to verify, be like, now, I don't know if they could tell he's got a gun. It seemed like some people thought they saw a gun. But if you're the cop and you have to see the guy and the gun before you're going to call in and say, get him off the stage, right? It's not like assassination attempts happen all the time that you're like, oh my gosh, we don't want to have another incident like that. God forbid another event happens a month from now. People are like, I don't want to have another Trump Bethel, Pennsylvania situation. I don't want to have another Thomas Crooks situation. People will be much more cautious. And if he gets ushered off the stage very quickly, no one's going to, and if for a false alarm, no one's going to sit there saying, why did you pull the alarm bell on this false alarm? You'd be like, no, I get it. That's the world we're living in now, where we have to worry about crazy assassins. So false alarms are going to happen. But when the first alarm rings, you can sort of understand, if you're looking to judge fairly as far as what's really going on in the hearts and minds of people, you can understand that scenario would play out, that the cops would be a little slower to react until they know verifiably that there's an actual threat there. That's my point. Does that mean that there was... The reason I'm going through all this is I'm not saying that, no, there definitely was no inside job. There definitely was not no, there really could have been. There really could have been. And I think that the failing on the perimeter is terrible. I think the short style in the stock is really, really weird. I think nobody being on the roof, that's terrible. I think the social media being scrubbed, that's sus. That is freaking sus. These are the things that make me think, okay, inside job. Now, supposedly there was a blanket message that went out by the police when the police put their head up, which in that video we were watching, police put their head up. They supposedly sent out a blanket message and said, there's a gunman on the roof. Once that happens, police get a report, gunman on the roof. There should not be any second guessing at all. And that's the moment. That is the moment where things become very sus. Why they're not trying to get him off the stage. How are you not trying to get him off the stage at that point? Even if you don't succeed in getting him off the stage in time, you would think that they would be in motion towards getting him off the stage just because of the report on the radio from a cop who sees him on the roof. Thomas Crooks turns and sees a cop there, waves a gun at them. Cops jump backwards. You would think supposedly they put up a message saying there's a gunman on the roof. As soon as that happens, it should not take more than 3 seconds for people to start charging up to the stage to form a barricade around him and get him off that stage. And yet we don't see any signs that happened. That's what's weird. That's what makes you wonder. So now, if you're going to say that, oh, okay, that's a sign that it's an inside job. Now you have to ask yourself, okay, who's behind this inside job? Like, imagine, here's the point. Here's the point I'm making. This is the point I'm making. So I'm not trying to sell something happened. I'm not trying to sell something did not happen. I'm seriously just trying to parse out truth in a post-truth world. That's my objective here. So I'm trying to talk with you rationally about what makes sense. What's the most logical thing for us to do given the limited facts that we have access to? So, okay, now, you want to tell me there's a conspiracy. Okay, let's try and explore this. So Now, what's a sign that there's a conspiracy? Well, cops climb up onto the roof, see a gunman there, call it on the radio, and the question is, at what moment are they calling it in? It probably was after these people here, these people who are alerting the police about it, there's a minute and 10 seconds that goes by. 70 seconds that goes by from when this video is up there until the shots ring out. Sometime during that minute and 10 seconds, presumably, is when the police poke their HUDs up and see him there. And he reacts by quickly crawling up there and taking his shot. Now, you want to say, if you want to argue that this was an inside job, you want to say that the police call it in and there's no reaction to get him off stage because they want to give this guy his shot. So now you have to ask yourself, who's the one who's deciding not to send him up on stage and rush him off? Because that's the person. That's the person who's the inside guy, isn't it? That guy or gal, that's the dude or girl, woman, whatever. That's the individual who's responsible here. Did someone actually issue an order saying, don't rush the stage? Who would be the person who's supposed to give the order to go up the stage as soon as that alert comes out over the radio? These are the questions that we really need answered. Who is that person? Because obviously there's protocols that are in place that if there's some sort of bomb or shooter or something like that, this is the steps we take before shots are fired. These are the safety measures we'll take before shots are fired. So you would imagine getting him off the stage is paramount. So if getting him off the stage is paramount, now you know that there's this highly dangerous situation. Why are you not getting him off the stage? The question is, did someone make that decision to ignore what we would all assume to be standard operating procedure of getting him off the stage, or start working in that direction immediately so that you'd be in the middle of the process when the shots ring out, rather than him miraculously turning his head in the right direction? In other words, when those shots rang out, we should have been seen looking around in confusion at the oncoming Secret Service circling around him, given the reports they just heard on the radio. That's what we should have seen, you would think. We don't see that. We see him giving his speech, same as always, and thinking a mosquito is buzzing by him. So why is he not seeing the Secret Service rush him when it's a full 70 seconds and who knows how many seconds after the police called that thing on the radio? But if you're telling me that the reason that they didn't get up on stage is because it's an inside job and there's someone's trying to help Crooks get an opportunity to get a shot off, that means that it's not someone like that decision's being made on site. That's not a decision being made in Washington. Unless someone in Washington directed the person who's on site, hey, you're going to let this person take a shot and react slowly. And there's a direct communication there, a genuine conspiracy meeting of minds that, yes, we know there's going to be a shooter there, and these are your reaction is going to be slow so that he'll have enough time to get that shot off. But you would have to have someone on the inside on site, someone who's part of this cahoots, part of this conspiracy on site in order to inhibit Secret Service from properly following its standard operating procedure. That is inherent in any claim that there was some sort of conspiracy here. If you believe there's a conspiracy, the only way that could feasibly work is if someone on site who's a person of authority in overseeing this specific event and would be the person responsible for getting people to rush up there is able to react slowly and stop them from doing that. And that they figure they'll come up with some excuse later on why they didn't give that order in timely fashion. Which means we need to know who is in charge on site. I don't think it's Cheadle. That doesn't mean assuming that this person there is a corrupt person there on site. That doesn't mean it doesn't go back to Cheadle. or to Mayorkas, who's Cheeto's boss, or Mayorkas' boss, Biden, and Biden's inner circle. It's not that many steps in the. Doesn't seem like there's not that many steps in the chain. But that's essentially you have. I just want you, those of you who think that this is that he had help, that this was a setup, that this was all orchestrated to enable Crooks to try and take out Trump. I just was the purpose here is I want to just sort of think about the different elements which lead to the conclusion and what necessarily it must be reflecting given about the nature of who's involved here. It definitely has to incorporate someone on site. Otherwise, standard operating procedure would have flowed here and we wouldn't have seen that. So the people that we need to be looking at first and foremost is who set this perimeter up, who's in charge of setting the perimeter up, which was obviously a ridiculously flawed perimeter. Is that Cheetle? Is that someone under Cheetle? Who's overseeing this thing and the standard operating procedure? These are people within the Secret Service I'm talking about. And then the other element that to me is very strange. It's a very unsettling coincidence, and I don't believe in coincidences. That short sale a day before. What I'd want to do in order to vet out the legitimacy of that claim is I'd want to know how often in the past had they shorted this stock. Maybe they do it regularly. Maybe they do something like that every month for a few days at a time. And if so, in that case, it doesn't mean anything, right? So I'd want to know about that. I'd want to look at this Austin company's stock trading history to see whether this was an unusual type of activity for them or just a usual thing, which looks really uncomfortable given the timing. If it was a one-off thing that they never did that before, that would be very, very unusual and very suspicious. If they're regularly shorting his stocks, in various quantities at various times, then I'm like, okay. So it just happened to work out that this one came a day before an assassination attempt. So I really want to look at their stock history. That if I was part of the SEC trying to investigate, or someone who thinks that this is a crime related to securities, or that's where I would be looking. I don't think he was hit for money. Maybe, who knows? It's around $1 billion. That'd be an interesting motivation, right? It's not about politics. It's totally I want to make money by true social crashing. That's pretty funny, right? No one thought of that one. No one thought of that motivation. Everyone just assumes it's like, no, they want to take a swing at the king. Can't rule out anything. And the other question is, I felt like there was a lengthy delay between when they confirmed his name and were they scrubbing his social media before they released his name? Is that what happened here? Were they scrubbing his social media? So I'd want to know a lot more about the process that they use. They say they use facial recognition to identify him. Why this process seemed to take 5 to 6 hours. And yeah, his social media being scrubbed. I can't believe he was living without any social media, especially since he's filming something saying, you got the wrong guy. When was that filmed? And what was the story with that? I still don't know what the story with that is. Still can't figure that out. So the main things, just to wrap up here, the main things I would really focus on, I gave you who you would focus on. You would focus on who's the head of being on site here and who set up the perimeter. Maybe it's the same person. I don't know. Like that's one's day of versus beforehand. I'd want to know a lot more about the person who supposedly went AWOL that day and who was supposed to replace him. Like who is responsible for making sure that if someone turns up sick that they get filled and what steps they took. But yeah, so the social media, him being able to access the roof, the decision not to secure that area to keep him off the roof. These are all reasons to say something here. Someone's playing games. The other stuff about not screening, or Jill Biden, or this woman ducking with her phone, I think all of that's designed to make us look like QAnon crazies. I think that's what I think it makes us look worse rather than better. That's true. They did make an American hero. Easy joy. I kept my kids on social media until 18. This guy was 20. Thank you, Four Seasons. I appreciate that. Tracy says, why let him go on to begin with? They were aware before of a suspicious character with a rangefinder before it even started, right? I haven't seen that. Someone mentioned that in the chat. If so, that's a crazy thing. I agree with you about that. If so, that's a crazy thing. You can always delay him an hour. People stick around so you actually find the guy. My 35-year-old brother has zero social media. Okay. Some Orthodox Jews have zero social media also. This guy was filming himself saying you got the wrong guy, which I assume was filmed beforehand. But why would he be filming himself? He's got zero social media. They say a cop climbed up and looked and got a pew-pew pointed at him and ducked back down. It'd only be a minute if they did 4 shots. Yeah, that's what in the video we were watching before, that's what they confirmed that. And that he probably got the shots off seconds afterwards. The question is what happened during those precious seconds. How many seconds was it and what went down? Was it 10 seconds earlier or was it 40 seconds? Just got here, been a busy night on X. Latest is head of Secret Service Cheetos showed up at the RNC convention, was confronted by a couple politicians, basically forced to leave. There's video on X. Really? Okay, that I want to watch. Did you address why he has no social media but had encrypted comms? I didn't even bring up the encrypted comms. Why would someone have encrypted comms? Why? Why would you have encrypted comms? That is a weird combination. If you're on social media, I understand that. You're not on social media. So what the hell are you doing? Oh crap! Did I miss it? It's possible I missed it. Oh crap! Did I miss it? I did. Matt, you beat me. Master Phillips, you beat me. Sorry, Matt, you beat me. You beat me, Matt. I'm getting to you in a second. As yet unconfirmed photos on Twitter seem to indicate Pew Pew operator was trans. If true, that explains why they're deleting all social media. I haven't heard that. There's pictures of him in a video where like 5 years ago. I thought it was. I don't think that's true. I think that's inaccurate. Him saying staying on stage can only be explained by shock of the agents. Piss poor training is to blame. Weakest part of any tech is humans and human element. And that's why I told my whole story over about 9/11, about how people react, trying to like verify what the nature of the danger they're confronting is. Matt Skinner, 20 good Lawgic memberships. Those of you I usually like to read off the people who get gifted memberships. Those of you who were gifted courtesy of the very generous Matt Skinner, I thank you, Matt. I hope that you thanked him individually for the very kind blessing that he brought you into the following. If you are new to the following, please understand that the following is a group of like-minded individuals who have an interest in greater personal growth. Personal growth attained through community, unity, and leadership training. The following is not at all a type of cult. No, and I am not the leader of the following. Joe is not the leader of the following. I'm just a host. I come here and I host. But the following is again, it's not at all a cult type of cult. No spaceships, no self-harm, no Kool-Aid, no mandatory tracksuits, mild farming, no dancing around bonfires, shucking off clothing to the beat of a tom-tom. No goat sacrifices, no squirrel mutilations, no self-harm, no harming others, no stabbing people with the jabby jab, no hanging cattle head on stakes and licking. We don't do that here. We don't, because you want to know why? Because the following is not at all a cult type of cult. So, welcome to the following. We have cookies. First, never attribute to malice what can be explained by competence. Yep. But it's hard. It's hard because we see so much malice. We see so much malice, especially toward Trump. There's so much malice that we're like, I don't know. I was really doing my best to just tell you, okay, this seems really suspicious. This doesn't. They knew where the shots are coming from, and the bunting in front is cover armor. Safest play was to cover the president with bodies and wait until the threat was neutralized. I'm talking about why he's there after they know that there's a shooter there. And he wasn't rushed off stage. That's the issue I had 4 seasons. Why wasn't rushed off stage? And some people say that they knew that there was a threat out there before he went on stage. And if so, that nothing here is excusable. Then that's really suspicious. Second, never attribute to malice what can be explained by incompetence. Wait, that was first. Third, never attribute to malice what looks like malice. Sometimes there's malice. Sometimes there's malice, Matt. Once in a while, there's malice. I was very careful to say these are the areas that I think need exploration. Very careful. I don't like jumping to a malice conclusion. I don't like jumping to that. I think it's lazy. I think it's lazy. What bothers me when people jump to conspiracy with that assumption is I think it's lazy, and it's like it's like sort of like biased confirmation that you're assuming that this is proving what I always suspected about the other folks. And I think it's a tendency to be lazy, and it's laziness cloaked too often as enlightenment. Oh, you're a blind sheep. I know, because I have my eyes open. The same type of laziness that we see on the left, and we're like, no, Trump is just evil. I don't want to think any deeper about it. So too, it's like, oh, the other side is trying to kill us, and this is, a conspiracy, and it's the deep state. That can be similarly lazy. It's just opposite sides of the same coin. And my objective here with this show is to try to parse out what questions make sense from and mandate further investigation, and which questions seem flying off into crazy suspicion land. Sheila said locals were to secure the roof but stayed inside the building because the roof was too sloped, which is retarded sounding. Was it local or USS decision to put them inside the building? Well, I don't know. It seems like it should have been Secret Service. New security detail for Trump isn't box checkers, so that's good. That you got the wrong guy was a troll that resembled him. Oh, is that what it was? Oh, okay. He filmed himself and said, I'm a patsy, and the sniper who pew-pewed him is named Jack Ruby. That's crazy. Encrypt comms? All iPhones have that. Oh. Joe, that video is fake of him before the incident. Oh, okay. Check X messages and I tagged you. X messages. What am I checking? What am I checking? X.com. I'd love, if you're watching after the show, I'd love to get your thoughts about this. which elements you think need to further exploration and are very shady, very sus, versus those which are more legit, sound more of an issue sounding. Someone share this with me, as I was looking for Tracy's thing. Trump shooter Thomas Crooks wrote, July 13th will be my premiere. Watch as it unfolds on a gaming platform, Steam, before shooting the former president. Why don't we know more about what he said on Steam? Where is it? There it is.
And this was not a classified call. It was not a media call. This was a call for senators to get some answers. So many of us had questions.
Donald Trump says the Secret Service knew about the threat prior to my father walking on stage. What is happening to our country?
And this was not a classified. It was our Secret Service director and the deputy and the FBI. And this was not a classified call. It was not a media call. This was a call for senators to get some answers. So many of us had questions. And as I mentioned, I know there are 3 of us that were in the queue that had our hands raised that were not called on.
They just ran out of time for a couple of senators that happened to be you, Mike Lee, and Ted Cruz. So
This
people
is
who are conservative who
This is Senator Marsha Blackburn.
would probably ask
The blonde
some
woman.
questions that
We had some questions. The big thing is this: is you look at the timeline, they had spotted a guy with a rangefinder and a backpack.
Yes.
So they tag somebody, and then they locate him at 5:51. The sharpshooters are alerted at 5:53. President Trump is still allowed to go on stage. So they
Yeah, so
identify a threat.
they're aware of a threat.
Threat.
They know this for 7 minutes, maybe even a little bit longer, right? I guess 9 minutes, and they still let him get on that stage.
Yeah.
That's insane. That's very suspicious. That's very, very suspicious. That is very suspicious.
I mean, that can't be Secret
Well,
Service protocol
even before that, they knew there was a suspicious individual, and Senator Cornyn got the first question. Well, after Senator Schumer, Senator Cornyn got his. But here is the thing: if there is a threat, and you know that there is a threat, play a little bit more music and see if you can resolve this and apprehend the individual, or do something, Don, so that you do not put the protectee and the people that are there in danger. And of course, we are just so incredibly grateful that President Trump was spared. And we are so incredibly grateful that more people were not hurt. And we just mourn for those lost lives and
Unbelievable.
for the trauma that people experience.
But I mean,
This is
they,
unbelievable.
They allowed that to happen too, right?
There are people dead. There's a dude dead now. Corey Compratore is dead now because of that decision. Unbelievable.
My father was blessed and got lucky, but a great fireman.
He
a
was
great
blessed and
patriot.
protected.
I agree, but
Yeah.
someone still died. I know we had Ronnie
It's so
Jackson,
sad,
Congressman
yeah.
Ronnie Jackson here.
Right.
His nephew was grazed by the.
Allison Compratore, if you need legal help, I got you. And go after the Secret Service, sue the United States. That they let this event happen, knowing that there's a shooter out there, put your father at risk. And he paid the ultimate price. Put you at risk. because she wrote that he died on top of her. But your mother at risk. All of you are entitled to compensation from the United States of America for their gross negligence in creating a scenario that they knew was going to be very dangerous.
The bullet that actually killed the gentleman. And they knew that this was out there, and they didn't put things on pause because no one's starting to shoot if my father's not on that stage.
Yep.
That's right.
But to know that there's a credible threat and to still let him go up there, that is totally against anything I've ever seen in the Secret Service.
Why would that?
You guys think he's going to run for office in 28? So I think he got a lot of support.
When they had even a potential threat somewhere else, they pulled my father off a stage. It turned out to be false. They didn't, they don't take gambles like, well, maybe it's okay. That's not how they do it. So, wow. I mean,
that's right.
So
if you've made that assessment, then like you're saying, you punch the pause button.
Yeah.
You put things in pause, but you don't move forward. And there's so many. After I got off the call, I thought, I've got even more questions. Why did it take 2 days for the Secret Service director to be able to respond?
Well, why does she say the buck stops with her, but it doesn't? She's not going to resign. No one's getting in trouble.
She should be fired. I mean, this is.
I mean, Marsha, I know you and I are not afraid of a sloped roof, slightly sloped roof, but
not
apparently.
At all.
It's funny he's saying that because that's actually the next super chat here is from Matt Skinner. How do slopes work? Nobody knows. Professionals don't know how to walk up or down hills.
Tough Secret Service snipers are afraid of roofs.
I'm walking up and down sloped walkways out here all over the place, and I don't fear it.
It's so asinine. But guys, the timing that we thought, you'd question, oh, hey, did they find out while he was in process, while he was in his speech, and they're figuring out? They knew before they ever let my father get on the stage that there was a real threat. And that makes this all so much worse. It wasn't
1,000,000 times worse. 1,000,000 times worse. 1,000,001 times worse. Wow. And you don't go to that roof? You don't go to that roof? I mean, that's the Fortnite roof. That's the Fortnite roof you go to. That's it. That's the spot. I guess it's a slope. It's a slope. Somebody might slip. You don't go to that roof before you send them out there? What the hell is happening here? Thank you, Fletcher boy. You grew up in a culture in the following. Happy to have you. Clark's corollary to Hanlon's razor. Any sufficiently profound incompetence is indistinguishable from malice. That is Clark's corollary. I never heard of that. I've heard of the word corollary. I just haven't heard that sufficiently profound incompetence is indistinguishable from malice. Incompetence can be malicious too. That's true. Never attribute to malice. Stop asking questions. Fourth, it looks a lot like malice. Yeah, it does look. That's the fourth one. In case you missed the first three, which was first, never attribute to malice. That which can be explained by competence. Second was never attribute to malice. That which can be explained by competence. And then third was never attribute to malice what looks like malice. Fourth, it looks a lot like malice. Welcome to Fallen Cad Monkey and Matt Skinner gifting another 20 Good Lawgic memberships. This one I got. This one I caught. Gilly, who was brought in? Gilly Claude Lewis, welcome to the following. Rhonda Romes, welcome to the following. Right supremacist. What? Okay. Welcome to the following. Zero FUX. Zero FUX brought into the following. Do you know, you guys might not know this. I will share this with you before we go any further. And thank you again. We're going to go through the names. But this right here, this little overlay, can't fully appreciate him like this. No. That guy was created. No. That guy was created by Zero FUX. It was. He shared it with me and gifted it to me. I was like, hey, I really want licensing. You might notice that I've been putting that guy's picture on my thumbnail. That's my new branding. That's it. That guy right there. That's why he's on my thumbnails. I replaced this visage, this vision with a healthier cartoon. More in keeping with those in my genre. So there you go. I got my little cartoon head, and all courtesy of Zero FUX, who I feel forever indebted to. But he did gift it to me. And I say thank you. Thank you very much, Zero FUX. You're awesome. And it's a great shot. I would make my eyes green, I think. Maybe put a little gray in here. But the overall cartoon, amazing. Amazing. Anyway, going through this, Zach, take that down. Who else do we have here? So he and Zero FUX gifted courtesy of Matt Skinner 300-yard wink. Second Horizon, new member of the following: Randy Campbell, Dadston, Mr. Name, Salmon Pat, Joe Brandon, Say What, Andrew B, Cedar Rose, Kim Smith, Holsey 0815, Afuera, the Chainsaw, Lauren, Angela Brewer, gifted by Matt Skinner, and Pam Grand, all of them brought into the following courtesy of legendary Matt Skinner. I'll give you another one because I don't know if I gave you one of these before. Second World War. God bless you, Matt Skinner. Welcome to the following. The following is not at all a cult. Type of cult. Don't let the name fool you. Some people see following and they're like, oh no, this is like he wants me to follow. I'm not even the leader. I'm just a host. I'm just a guy.
Like they discovered it midstream and everything like that, but crazy. And of course, they won't take your questions or Ted Cruz's questions or Mike Lee's questions
Or
because
give more substantive.
yeah,
Why?
it's like the obligatory cover your ass call, and then nothing will happen.
But that's the nugget out of it. They knew that there was a potential threat,
and that's
they did not pause.
That's not just a nugget. That is a nugget that you basically, you're like basically squatting and trying to like pop out, and then when it pops out, you're like, wow, that was a nugget. That's a nugget. That's a nugget of utter incompetence. Utter incompetence. It changes the entire thing because now it's almost like they're complicit in putting this whole thing in motion. It's one thing if the thing is in motion and then they see this guy come onto the scene afterwards. Now they're like, how do we deal with this motion? With this new variable that enters in here? No, this variable was here, and you said we're going to put our protectee into this environment. That's what you made that decision. By allowing him to go onto the stage, you put your protectee into this obviously hazardous environment. That should be an instant firing of a whole bunch of people. That's criminally, that's potentially recklessly negligent. Thank you for sharing this with me. This is courtesy of Tracy King shared this with me. Wow.
That event.
Yeah,
and
crazy.
They allowed the event to go on. And we're just ever so grateful, as I said, that President Trump was spared.
Thank you.
And we just so mourn the loss
Well,
of
thank you
life.
very much, Mark. I appreciate you fighting for all of these things. I know your team is rushing you out. We were just having this conversation. I was like, hey, we're going live early and we're going to get that out there. But thank you so much,
You
Marsha.
got
I
it.
really appreciate it. And we'll definitely see you soon.
Grateful for you and the good work you do. Thank you
so much.
Mhm.
Well, guys.
Wow. Mind-blowing. TDS results from repeated blows of MSM News received from those well, and it's true. The sus is they spot him 3 hours before with a rangefinder and no one approached him. Basic is to figure out what he's doing. It's bizarre. The roof was not too inclined to keep the FBI from standing up there and hosing it down. The post appears to be censored. Joe, love the channel. DM you the video Cheeto confrontation on RNC over on X. Okay, I do want to see that. I think this is a good time for that. Let me see if I can find that.
attempt. You owe the
Oh, wow. Marsha Blackburn going after her. This is the one we just saw, Senator Marsha Blackburn. What made her think that this was a wise move on her part?
This is exactly what you were doing today on the call.
I guess she feels like she has to be there to oversee the event.
assassination attempt. You owe the people answers. You owe President Trump
Lawgic, take a left across this plaza. To the far corner. This is exactly what you were doing today
This
on the
was
call.
an assassination attempt. You owe the people answers. You owe President Trump answers.
You have to even ask yourself, okay, even if you weren't looking to fire her, right? Even if you wanted to protect her, she's going to be facing this the rest of her life that she's in this role. She'll be facing this forever. How can she ever do her job effectively? How can she? For that reason alone, she got to go. She got to go. Her career is over. I mean, how the hell can everyone's going to be doing this to her, and rightfully so. Thanks for sharing that, Cat Monkey. Thomas reviewed audio facts, 8 inbound rounds, 1 outbound in 16.65 seconds. Shortest interval between 6 and 7 inbound rounds, 0.147 seconds, alludes to 3 actors. Or you're saying there's a third shooter, which it could have been two Secret Service who were firing back. Definitely negligence by the Secret Service. His daughter spoke at the RNC tonight. You're talking about Don Jr.'s daughter. I don't know if I'm going to get to that. It depends how long Van spoke for. I haven't checked that out. New ABC News video he has seen it an hour before. Wow. Wow. Secret Service spotted Trump rally shooter on roof 20 minutes before gunfire erupted. Law enforcement, that's well before he got up there. They saw him on the roof. Law enforcement officials investigating the assassination attempt on Donald Trump told lawmakers Wednesday that 20 minutes passed between the time U.S. Secret Service snipers first spotted the gunman on the rooftop and time shots were fired at the former president, according to several law enforcement officials and lawmakers briefed on the matter. Officials say the sniper spotted the suspect, 20-year-old Thomas Matthew Crooks, on the roof of a building outside the security zone at the rally Saturday in Butler, Pennsylvania at 5:52 p.m. Shooter happening at 6:12 p.m., 20 minutes later. In the days since the shooting, Secret Service has come under scrutiny for its response to the assassination attempt, and the agency's director, Kimberly Cheadle, has been subpoenaed to testify before Congress. I gave you a breakdown of what her testimony is going to be. It's going to be a joke. It's going to be stupid. It's going to be Republicans yelling and asking her pointed questions that she's going to say, I can't answer that question. And it's going to be a whole bunch of Democrats screaming about how we need tighter gun laws. And the Republicans are wasting time with this. That instead of passing tighter gun laws, they're sitting here harassing the Secret Service, who did a miraculous job in getting him off of the stage after the shooter was in neutralizing the shooter and getting him off the stage. That's what this entire thing is going to be. I just summed it up for you. What's going to happen on Monday? I can promise you this will happen on Monday. Promise you. Every question will be like, can't answer, active investigation, assuming she shows up. Can't answer, active investigation. Can't answer, it's an active investigation. What about the whole Iran thing that everyone knew about Iran? Can't answer, active investigation. Can't answer, active investigation. Over and over again, that's what she will say. Republicans yelling about how they put the president's life in jeopardy. And what were you thinking putting him up on the stage? Can't answer, active investigation. Can't answer, active investigation. And a bunch of Democrats whining, screaming, why Republicans yet again wasting time when they're blocking gun laws to stop the ban of assault weapons like this weapon that was used on the rooftop by Thomas Crooks, and that's what they're going to be screaming about. Can you confirm that the weapon that was used was an assault rifle? They'll repeatedly refer to an AR as an assault rifle, mistakenly, and screaming how we need to get rid of ban all assault rifles. And the only reason that he was able to get access to this gun is because Republicans have been blocking gun restriction laws, and because of the Supreme Court that is Donald Trump's fault. They're the ones who passed the Bruin decision, and this is all Donald Trump's fault. They're going to blame the victim. They're going to engage in active victim blaming and saying it's his fault that he's the one who put in power a Supreme Court which basically said that everyone should be able to access guns. Because, well, that's what the Constitution says, but they basically are. And then plus the Republicans stonewalling any real change to restrict gun access. I'm telling you exactly how this whole thing's going to break down. I just saved you 4 hours of testimony. I'm not going to get anything out of it. It's a waste of time. Revelation in Thailand came as sources told ABC News that Crooks searched on his phone for images of President Joe Biden and former President Trump and searched for the dates of Trump's rally in Butler and for dates of DNC convention in Chicago. Oh, he wasn't just after Trump. No, Trump was first on his list. He was going to go after Biden next. Shut up. Shut up. According to sources, the timeline presented in the briefing was as follows. 5:10, Crooks was first identified as a person of interest. 5:30, Crooks was spotted with a rangefinder. 5:52, Crooks was spotted on the roof. What the hell is this guy doing on a roof? By Secret Service. 6:02, Trump takes the stage. 6:12, Crooks fires first shots. When the time Crooks fires first shot, the gunman being killed was just 26 seconds, according to law enforcement officials. 11 seconds after the first shot, Secret Service counter snipers acquired the target, and 15 seconds after that, Crooks was shot dead. Okay. Wow. Roof is about as sloped as a wheelchair ramp. I have a roofing company in Texas. Anyone could easily walk it. Yep. I think my father is 82 years old, could walk up that roof. The coincidentally scheduled events for Joe Biden and Kamala nearby, further depleting resources for Trump too. I talked about that earlier. I addressed that. I think I don't think that gives us much. Ed, if Secret Service put locals inside building, more suspicious than if locals decide to put themselves inside the building because roof is too sloped. Secret Service had pews on slope roofs behind Trump, so slope not an issue. Secret Service left the roof open purposely. Yeah. Joe B is both incompetent and incontinent. Thank God there was no book depository. I'm not sure what that means. Check locals chat. We're reviewing roof photos. I stepped out of locals chat. That was another question people asked is why didn't we see the gun? Where were the drones? Matt Skinner hit another 20 good Lawgic memberships. 20 more members of the following. We gotta find out who these people are so I can welcome on in. Welcome them on in here. I got those. Let's lay it down. Scroll in. Oh, book depository is reference to JFK. I missed that one over my head. Why don't I see? Here it is. Who was gifted? Tracy! Oh, look at that! See that? Tracy, who sent me a link and hooked me up. Right away, good karma comes back at her. Bring her on into the following. Great job, Matt Skinner. Great job. I'm going to give you another just for bringing Tracy King on in. She shares with me a link that I'm sharing, and it was very helpful. And the next thing you know, she gets gifted a membership. That's good karma. Just rolling on back right away. No Jabsky gifted a membership. There you go. Yes, if someone's gonna, because there's no self-harm. There's no self-harm, no harming others. No Jabsky. This is like the perfect place for you. Kelly House gifted a membership courtesy of Matt Skinner, CC Reagan, Philip C, Darth Chaz, Deanna Scholler. I'm not sure if it's Dina or Deanna, but it's one of those, almost definitely. Breathe Deep, gifted courtesy of Matt Skinner, Mean Mad Monkey, Lady Cara, Luke B, Justin Falls On, Mr. Thermistor. Drop Barracuda, gifted a membership courtesy of Matt Skinner, Blue Sky, Mr. Blue Sky. Da, da, da. Dun, 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 dun. Time is up. I was listening to that song like this morning. Hey. Nancy Lorenz, Dan Niknakowski, gifted courtesy of Matt Skinner, Jim P, Janella Rella, and Jason A, all gifted courtesy of the unbelievable Matt Skinner. God bless you, Matt Skinner, sponsoring tonight's show. God bless you indeed. God bless you indeed. Welcome to the following. I want to point out to you. Those of you who are part of the following. It is mandatory that when you join the following, one of the things that's in the training manuals, mandatory, do not eat the bugs. We do not eat the bugs. No eating the bugs. Why? That's part of personal growth. The concept that people who are looking to embed in themselves are going to cheapen their own value by saying, "Oh, I'm going to be a beetle eater." No. I say no. I'm not even the leader. I'm just a host. But I say I vote in favor of no bugs. Very consistent with what leadership says. Don't eat the bugs. Don't. And welcome to the following. Lily Smith. Did you see Tucker Bongino Don Jr. on earlier? Very educational. I think I got Don Jr. now, but I didn't see Tucker and Bongino. No. But thank you. They shorted Rumble too. Tweeted to you. Yeah, this is pretty weird. It's pretty weird. Cars, New York is so annoying with the roof thing. What's on the end of your leg? Your foot. Your foot. Oh, that we don't say roof, foot, roof, foot. It's a roof. Like coof. Don't be a doof. The roof had door access because extreme slope. Extreme slope. Yeah, I don't understand. I don't understand. Oh, you're saying like, yeah, why would they have a door access if you can't walk on that roof? Yep. Yeah. I'm leaning more and more towards saying something here was amiss. Somebody's head's got to roll, and criminal investigation should be considered because of this level of recklessness. They 20 minutes, but long before he's out there, they happily let him march his way into the line of fire. That's what Secret Service did. They said, "Hey, there's the line of fire. You go up there where you're much higher and your head is up higher. That's where you're gonna go. We understand it's a very that's where you're gonna go. We'll send you. We'll be back here. You go up there. Unbelievable. 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 Oh, look at that. Donate through Venmo. Get Dear Leader full amount. Wait, let me see. Let me check my Venmo. I'll check my phone to see Venmo. Venmo is fun. When I go to Venmo and I see money, I'm like, ooh, Venmo. Whee. I feel badly that, like, I don't, it's difficult for me to acknowledge money that gets sent to me on Venmo. So I understand that people are reluctant there. I get that. It's hard for me to sort of orchestrate to check Venmo in the middle. And my app doesn't really like making it easy for me to communicate with people and even express gratitude. But I definitely see Venmo and PayPal. And I see you people. And I do appreciate it. I just struggle to express it. Oh, wow. Look at that. Thank you, Matt. Matt dropping me $100. You're awesome, Matt. Thank you so much, brother. Thank you. For Lawgic knowledge. God bless you, brother. Check X message posted by Sadie. Hilarious. What do we got here? What we got? Did I not accept your friend request? X message posted by. Oh. Runkle tweeted out an hour ago, of the people who enter Navy SEAL training, less than 10% succeed. This is attributable to the fact that the training involves navigating slight inclines. I like when he gets snarky. Oh, thank you kindly here. I'm trying to find that link that you're talking to me about. I'm going to share with you what I'm looking at here, so you can appreciate that. Like, all right, this is CJR is tagging me the link of something he wants me to see. Cat Rap is tagging me with bullet trace and interesting matters. Nearly 0400 in Japan system mind dump. Then I'm tagged on this thing. Trump rally shooter's laptop search is revealed. I can spend like the next 6 hours covering this. This was funny that I was tagged in Runkle's post. That was a good job. I'm trying to find what you're talking about, Tracy. More Joe, the following pro. Here's confirmation of snaky bastards doing very snaky things. They filed on July 12th the SEC a holdings report. I don't even know what I'm looking at here. Oh, that's Austin Private Wealth. That's owned by BlackRock. That shorted the stock. Yeah, I can't fully appreciate what I'm looking at. I'm not saying it's wrong. I'm saying I don't know what I don't really understand it. Here it is. Volume Pro, but X message posted by Sadie. I don't see that. I don't see that. There's someone showing that they shorted Rumble. She's tagging me here. I'm not sure which is the I don't see the Sadie thing. I don't know. I'm doing my best. But thank you. Trump and Sons gotta keep the good ones going, even if it's a little culty. I appreciate it. I appreciate you. Thomas, 2 external actors, 1 shot 3 rounds further away, one on the roof 5 rounds, 1 shot outbound by Agent 3, 3 different separate audio signatures. I covered this, how there were 3 different audio signatures. I don't know how you know it's 3 shots further away and then 5 shots closer. I need to research that further. You're basically saying there were 8 shots total and 1 shot that was killed. See, that's what we need to know. That's what we need to know. And why would there not be a manhunt for the second guy? How are there 2 people who missed so badly? But we did hear a late scream, a scream of pain, a late scream long after the first 3 shots. That I'll grant you. There was a scream of pain, like a shriek from a woman, which I wondered about that. Full video, Marsha Blackburn. This I want to watch. Marsha Blackburn and Cheadle. That's Cheadle.
Very disappointed. We were all in the queue trying to answer questions, and until we run out of questions that hadn't, every one of us had questions that we wanted to ask. We felt we didn't get any of the responses that were necessary from you. Very disappointed in your leadership. I have called for your resignation, and I got him to resign tonight. We'll start answering our questions right now about the death threat to
Could be that.
and allowing him to go
To Matt thing also.
in Pennsylvania at a time when
Could
he'd
be
already
that.
been alerted if there was somebody with a spotter. All these situations already identified an hour before, and you let him go on stage without the knowledge of him, the team on the ground.
You hear him? It's hard to hear because the speaker on stage. But it's like an hour before you knew, you let him go on stage.
And you put him within less than an inch of his life. So resignation or full explanation.
Resignation or full explanation is what he's saying.
Us right now.
We are trying to get our questions in, and he never was running the phone. It was another event. The director, he was nearly killed. You leave an hour out, you have a suspicious person, and at 5:51, according to the timeline of your deputy, you identified a potential threat. And then at 5:52, you told, or someone told, that the sniper, that he was there. But can you give us an explanation? Why would anyone allow the president to go on stage when you know that you've got a potential threat and you've got snipers that are trained on it? Why? I don't think that this is the format at all.
You hung up on. We're here.
I don't think this is the right place for me to talk about this. Why we let him go on stage?
We're here. You cut out the meeting first.
Actually, to thank the partners who have helped secure the Republican National Convention, and I was not going to take away from their safety.
Well, we can find a place to go right now.
Yeah.
Where you want to go?
All right, we try to get this is
we'll leave you to that. No, we're going with you. We're going with you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Afghanistan.
This coward fleeing. This is the head of the Secret Service, former Secret Service agent herself, too afraid to answer questions. Great role model of leadership. Run away! Run away! Run away!
No shame, no concern. You answer to anyone? I'm going to tell you the answer. The answer to us. The answer to us. This is exactly what you're doing today. Stonewall.
Oh, that's the guy who filmed them. The guy with the bald guy is the one whose video we saw.
You owe nothing.
You owe President Trump answers.
Go.
Run away! Run away! Coward. Coward. She starts running, literally running, literally running, literally running.
To the people of the United States. You're the head of the Secret Service.
You owe answers.
Literally running.
To the House, to the president, the past president, and you owe answers to the president. The president should have this bit of protection. Crying out loud.
The president should have this protection.
You see that?
Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Wow. Go get him, Marsha. And the other two dudes, I'm not sure who they were. I think they're senators. I'm not sure. Wow. That's crazy. You tagged me in my timeline too? All right, let me try it one more time. Let me see if I can find it. This is what I have in my timeline. This old man's sharing with me redacted eyewitness report seeing shots fired from water tower in Butler, Pennsylvania during Trump's speech, challenging the official claim that Matthew Crooks acted alone. That's a 30-minute video I'm not watching now. Here we go. Here we go. Finally, I found what you wanted me to find.
Hey, Sleepy Joe and the Democrats, what y'all got going on? If you can't beat them unalive, they just trying to take out Trump. Literally, I just sit there and watched it live. My man grabbed his neck like this. Yo, Secret Service, get out. I said, what is this, a movie? Is this a script? I don't know what's going on. All I know is one thing for sure, two things for certain. Somebody done called a hit, and we know what's going on. Y'all know that man finna win the election. Y'all know Sleepy Joe almost out of here. Y'all know what's going on. Did y'all just see that on TV? Did y'all just see that? History was just right before me. Them folks just took a shot at Trump. And then my man got up and threw Black Power up like this here. My man did this here. My man threw up Black Power like this. I know it was Black Power. It wasn't just no. My man threw up Black Power with blood leaking down it. Hey, Trump, I'm going to go and let you know now. You just won the election, my guy. You listen to me. These folks just seen the Patriot. Then you got up like you grew up in the hood. You got up and took that hit like a man. Them folks done grazed your ear. Them folks done hit you like this here. You done went down. Then you got up and hit them like this here. You just won the election. Sleepy Joe is over. You gonna go take your nap for however long you want to take it. It's done.
That was great. Thank you. Glad I finally found that. I'm almost 4 hours in, and I haven't even started watching Vance. How long is Vance's speech? Am I gonna have time to cover Vance? I'm not gonna kid you. You guys have been very encouraging with the with the super chats. You've been very encouraging with the super chats to keep me here. Maybe Scream was injured lady shot in the stomach, according to the doctor who did first aid and CPR. Yeah, it could be that. It sounded more like a pain scream. Some people were speculating like this, that it was a firefighter's family. It seemed like a scream of pain. So maybe that is that, the lady shot in the stomach. Maybe. Public does not know actually the base rate of these type of events. Everything else I try to type is censored. What is the base rate? I don't know what that means. I'm not sure what the term base rate means in this context. Not sure. Drop Barracuda, recently gifted. Came in late. Did you guys... You were gifted by Matt Skinner, Drop Barracuda. I called your name out. You should express gratitude to Matt Skinner for gifting you with a membership. Did you guys already look at the video that shows the screenshot? This SS had eyes on and was commenting about the shooter fall 2 minutes before? No, not 2 minutes. 20 minutes before. 20 minutes before he got on stage, they knew there was a shooter on the roof. That's why Marsha Blackburn was chasing after him. Okay? 20 minutes before. 20 minutes before he hit the first shots at 5:52, and he didn't get on stage till 6:02. The shots rang out at 6:12. Wow. Wow. This really makes all the other people noticing him on the roof irrelevant, because it's just like they're giving police information they already had. I'm sitting there trying to do the timeline on this thing. It makes it all irrelevant. It really does. That's crazy. That's inexcusable. Inexcusable. Wow. You came here because you were bored of watching him? Like a junior high school principal speaking at a PTA. YouTube literally won't. I'll try it. Won't let you explain it. Oh gosh. They won't let you explain it. I don't know what that means. You guys are telling me he was boring. I'm 3 hours and 50 minutes in. Oh, that's nice. I'm glad they made her run. I'll tell you right now, my prediction is within 10 days she resigns. Or is reassigned. Resigns or is reassigned. Did I really skip your super chat? Because I didn't mean to. Now I'm going to do a quick screen to see if I see your... Oh, you said Trump and Sons. I pulled that up. I didn't know what to do with that. You're saying for like that he should... That the running in 28? I did pull it up. I just didn't know what to do with it. I should interview Oscar Blue Ramirez. He exposes Biden's immigration crisis and how the UN is involved. I feel like there's something in my chest. I haven't peeked over here in a long time in the ghetto. Let me check out the ghetto. Make sure I'm good there. I'm feeling like I'm not going to end up watching Vance. If you tell me Vance is boring, I'm feeling like I'm not going to check him out. I did miss this. Santiago Space Outlaw ranted, any properly planned conspiracy places incompetent people in critical positions. Yep. Any planned conspiracy places incompetent people in critical positions. It's a great point. Like you're almost able to like rely on their stupidity. Great point. Oh my, I missed a bunch. Occupant 42, I said a while ago. Oh my God, I feel terrible. I wonder if any photos make it onto Time Magazine's top 100 photos of 2024. That's a great question. It also says, never attribute to malice that which can be explained by incompetence. There's an incredible convergence of coincidental incompetence going on that day. Yep. Breck Nichols also says, Joe, my dad, Roy Nichols, was a reporter for KLIF radio covering the Kennedy assassination, interviewed in Discovery Channel's JFK The Lost Tapes. Cool. How long an interview is that? It sounds like it's probably going to be a long thing. You gave me a link, but it's making me put it in an email. I'm not doing this. Joe, sorry, Breck. Slidey Pie says, Joe, it was nice talking with you the other night. You're a good man. Oh, thank you, Slidey. I enjoyed it as well. Okay. This is what I'm thinking. I'm not going to end up doing Vans tonight. Maybe I'll do it on Locals tomorrow. That's what I'm thinking. Tomorrow I'm going to be starting early. I'm not wrapping up yet. If you think I'm sounding like I'm wrapping up yet, that my tone was, that was the tone that I usually tend to naturally slip into. That is but I'm not wrapping up yet. I do plan on watching, assuming it's not too long, Trump's granddaughter speaking, Don Jr.'s daughter speaking. That I plan on watching. I don't think I'm going to end up watching Vance. I'm already like 4 hours in, so I don't think I'm going to watch that. Joe Rogan was right about women guarding POTUS. Yeah, apparently. Democrats are already saying Republicans are turning down a debate between JD and Kamala. Of course they would. You think they want to see that? They're like, if we need to see some adult person getting butchered from our side, getting butchered by the other side, we'll schedule another debate between Biden and Trump. Anyone remember Joe Biden used to swim in the buff and Secret Service agents complained? Now head of Secret Service, one of those agents that served under Obama. Yeah. Served under Obama, indeed. All right, I'm going to see if I can find... I need to know her name. Donald Jr.'s daughter. Kai Trump.
Good evening, America. Before I begin my remarks, I'm going to do something a little uncharacteristic. A Trump is going to give up the microphone. Doesn't happen often. You may never see it again.
That's pretty
but
funny.
I got a call on Monday morning from a young lady who said, Dad, I want to speak at the RNC. I want to speak at the RNC because I want America to know what my grandpa is actually like.
Cool.
So for the first time ever on a stage, first time ever giving a speech, I want to bring out my eldest daughter and the eldest granddaughter of the President of the United States, your favorite president, Kai Madison Trump.
Hi, everyone. My name is Kai Madison Trump. I am the granddaughter of Donald Trump. I'm speaking today to share the side of my grandpa that people don't often see. To me, he's just a normal grandpa. He gives us candy and soda when our parents aren't looking. He always wants to know how we're doing in school. When I made the high honor roll, he printed it out to show his friends how proud he was of me. And he calls me during the middle of the school day to ask how my golf game is going and tells me all about his. But then I have to remind him that I'm in school and I'll have to call him back later. When we play golf together, if I'm not on his team, he'll try to get inside of my head. I know. And he's always surprised that I don't let him get to me. But I have to remind him I'm a Trump too.
This is very endearing. This is very endearing. This is good work. This is good work.
Even when he's going through all these court cases, he always asks me how I'm doing. He always encourages me to push myself to be the most successful person I can be. Obviously, he sets the bar pretty high, but who knows? Maybe one day I'll catch him.
There you go.
On Saturday, I was shocked when I heard that he has been shot, and I just wanted to know if he was okay. It was heartbreaking that someone would do that to another person. A lot of people have put my grandpa through hell, and he's still standing. Grandpa, you are such an inspiration, and I love you. The media makes my grandpa seem like a different person, but I know him for who he is. He's very caring and loving. He truly wants the best for this country, and he will fight every single day to make America great again. Thank you very much.
Well done. Nicely done. That was really nice.
First of all,
35 minutes.
Isn't she lovely? Isn't it amazing? Greetings, Milwaukee, my fellow Americans and my fellow Republicans. My name is JD Vance from the great.
I can't. You can't make me. You can't make me. Lily Smith, did you see Tom McDonald News Talking About Trump? I aired it the other night. I opened my show with it. I couldn't believe he dropped in less than 24 hours. Yeah. Look at my first show. My show from Sunday. From the start of my show, I watched that. I think I had to cut it. I might have had to cut it out, though. I might have to watch that rumble. YouTube's made me edit my post before. It sucks. I know. Sorry about that. Matt Skinner gifting another 20. All right, Matt, you're sponsoring tonight's show. So I'm looking in the chat now before I go over this. Before I go over this, you tell me, Matt. I'm 4 hours. I'm over 4 hours. I'm over the 4 hour mark. I don't know where this night went so fast tonight. I don't know how it went. You're sponsoring this show. I said to the audience, you can't make me watch 35 minutes right now, 36 minutes really, of JD Vance giving what they say is a high school principal. But I will say this: if you ask me to do it, Matt, you coughed up. You brought in a lot of leaders tonight. You brought a lot of leaders, a lot of followers tonight. So Matt, you tell me. You tell me. Can I wrap this show up? Can I wrap this show up in the next 10 minutes? Or do you need me to watch this? Because I did put it in my thing that I was going to watch this. You tell me. Because people are saying Vance was boring. I'm watching the chat for you here. Like this guy's brought in 80 members tonight. Say no more, Matt. Go to sleep, Joe. I'm waiting on you, Matt. No, Matt, please, no. There you go. All right. God bless you, brother. Thank you so much. That doesn't even count. The 80 members doesn't even count the money that he gifted me on Venmo. So I will go through. I'm going to go through who it was that he gifted. What we got? Where are you? Friday night. Na, 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 na. All right. Welcome to the following 20 people gifted courtesy of Matt Skinner, bringing in 20 new followers to the following. You might be saying to yourself, who joined us? Who's part of the team now? Who's here? We need to know. We need answers. Well, I'm going to say, kindly extend your gratitude. The following 20 people should kindly extend their gratitude to Matt Skinner for bringing him into the following. That includes Lacey Petit, Scott, Lars Larson. These are people I know. These are names that go back with me a while. Catherine, Matthew Felty, Rocky, Renee Barnes, Robin Lewis, Salty Rules. Salty is pretty good. He's really talented. I'm going to tell you something. Salty Rules, I get it. Dude's smart. He's entertaining. He's fun. He rules. He's awesome. He's a good guy. I haven't met him yet, but I feel like that's like just over the horizon. Just over the horizon. I'm a big fan of Salty. Smart guy and entertaining. So, based as hell. So, yeah, I like Salty. Bama Girl, Stephanie, Netcat Media, Brian Leeson, Robert Tucker, Steffi Ota. All these people gifted. I'm not just throwing out random names here. What do you think? I'm just like randomly, like I'm like in Romper Room and I see Susan and I see No, I'm calling out new members of the following. Like I'm the guy standing at a fancy formal party here, calling out the names of the new people walking on in here because that's the role of the host. You call their names when they step across the threshold. Marjorie Simpson. Marjorie, the lady Marjorie Simpson. Sir J.L. Madam Pug Genie. Welcome to the following. Cindy Wyant. Welcome to the following. Wrestler Town. That's right. We all know Wrestler Town. Welcome. Gifted courtesy of Matt Skinner. God bless you, Matt. I'm going to drop another horn here because you're awesome. I will just remind you that the following is not at all a cult. Type of cult. Whatever people tell you, whatever lies people will say, it's just not true. It's not at all a cult. Type of cult. And speaking of people who I know it's not at all a cult. People I know, and that Joe is definitely not the leader of the following. Say it with me. Joe is definitely not the leader of the following. Let me say it twice, just so that people know for sure that I mean it. If you just say it once, people are like, maybe he's just saying that. No, I say it twice. That's why we say it. Joe is not the leader of the following. But one guy who I know knows that is this guy right here. Thad the man. Remember for 3 months. I told you Trump's response to the debate. Gold. Gold, I say. Gold. Everything about Trump is gold, right? Everything. Even the big giant T. It's going to be painted gold. You know that. Interesting. I haven't heard the left up in arms. See what I did there about Second Amendment like they usually do after prominent events. They will be because that's all they can say during this oversight committee hearing. You came late, Drop Barracuda, and I understand sometimes people got family and stuff like that. But I basically did, I don't know, like an hour and a half into this, I did like a whole back and forth as to what the oversight committee conversation will look like, what we should anticipate. And we can't review it now because I don't know if I could strike gold like that twice in the same evening. But I will tell you that when the left side is drilling their questions and doing their bit of grandstanding, they will be screaming about how this is a waste of everyone's time and people are dying in schools because of unrestricted gun access, because of a Supreme Court that was put together by Donald Trump, who decided to make it impossible to ban and restrict guns, and the Republicans should be coming together to help restrict guns instead of blocking their gun restriction bills. And this is all their fault. And isn't it true? And wrapping up, I'm going to spit here screaming for the next 4.5 minutes. And when I see that there's 18 seconds left, I'm going to follow up with a question here for the witness saying, don't you think, isn't it true that an AR-15 was used at this for this shooting by Thomas Crooks? Yes. And that's why and then close out with more grandstanding. I'm going to sit here screaming for another 5 minutes until I get shut down, and then I say, and now I yield. That's what we're going to say. Play the 90-year-old World War II veteran instead of JD. 98-year-old World War II veteran. How long is that? 98. We'll see how fast. 1, 2. Seven minutes.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome World War II hero, William Peckrell.
It's 99. That means when the war ended in 1945. So 99. So he basically was born in 24, right? In 25. So he would have been 19 when the war ended. Okay.
Thank you very much. My name is Bill Peckrell. I'm a proud Wisconsinite. I'm a proud husband of 76 years old to my wife, Rosemary. I'm a father of 11 children.
Wow. Wow.
6 girls, 5 boys.
Wow. I got 6 kids, 3 and 3, and people think that I'm overstocked. I will tell you, 6 feels right. 6 feels right. It feels right. Could have possibly done a 7. 6 was definitely right. Before I was married, what's funny is I came from a family living in Queens. So amongst Orthodox Jews, we like Catholics, we tend towards larger families. I'm sure this guy must be a Catholic to have such a large family. So we tend toward larger families. I came from a family of only 3 kids, which when I say only, it's because my wife came from a family of 5. When I was dating the wife, so one of the topics you talk about, you date for the purposes of marriage when you're in Orthodox Jewish circles. So when I was dating her, one of the topics that comes up is like what size family you envision. So I was like, I actually really want to have a large family. And she's like, really? I really kind of want a small family. So I was like, I don't know. Well, I was like, don't you think it'd be really cool to have a large family with like 5 kids? And she's like, oh, I thought 5 was small. Because she was coming from Brooklyn where like everyone has 10, 11 kids. So yeah, she's like, I was actually thinking small, like 5. I was like, oh, okay. So that's what we envisioned when we got married. Envisioned 5. And God blessed us with the 6th. And the 6th one, it's a cutie. 10-year-old girl we got now. She's our youngest.
Our family across 5 generations and a proud World War II veteran. I'm 98 years old.
He would have been 18 when the war ended.
Some call us the greatest generation. That's an honor, considering America is the greatest nation in the history of the world. I will never forget and witness the horror of the Nazis' war camps. In the Battle of the Bulge, my friends and I fought to stop the Nazis last major push in the Western Front. A few months later, Hitler was dead. The Nazis were defeated. We gave thanks to Almighty God for delivering us from evil. But not many of us came home. I still miss a lot of my friends on that beach. And there were many of us left. There aren't many of us left today. But for us, those of us who are here, that America is still worth fighting for. It hurts my heart.
And what I like about this is he's our heritage. This guy. This is our heritage. You know, when America was great and fighting genuine evil.
Hard to see what our current president and vice president have done to the country I love so well. They humiliated us in Afghanistan. We pushed around in China. Terrorists run wild in the Middle East. And they let our own southern border get overrun. America, people say, America is an idea. But I believe America is much more than that. America is our home. You know, and I was fighting in Europe, and I came back home. I kissed the ground, thanking God that I'm back home in my country. And where I come from, when somebody comes for me, or my home, you dig in your boots in the ground and never look back. That's the attitude that saved the free world, and those years ago. And President Trump, back as Commander-in-Chief, I would go back to re-enlist today.
Thank you for introducing me to this guy.
And I would storm whatever beach my country needs me to fight against. God bless you. God bless our home and the United States of America.
beautiful. That was beautiful. Oh my God, Matt hitting another 20. Another 20. Some of you might be saying to yourself, wait, Joe, there's new members of the following. We saw them coming through the door. You need to do the whole standing by the door and like welcoming the new members of the following. You need to welcome in the new members of the following. That's true. I do. That is the role of the host. The role of the host is to welcome in the new members of the following. And they include the following. God bless you, Matt Skinner. Please extend your gratitude to tonight's sponsor, Matt Skinner, bringing in Riley Leifson. Riley. Every time I see Riley's picture, I don't know why, I think of Owen Wilson. I do, Riley. I do. It's a small picture. You might look nothing like him other than like the overall outline of hair. But yeah, that's Owen Wilson. Oh. Gee, I guess a little bit like Owen Wilson. So welcome, Riley Leifson, Toot Sweet, Master Nathaniel Rogers, Unknown Origin Amarusta, gifted a membership courtesy of Matt Skinner. Barb Loves Alaska. Hey, Barb, you won. There you go. New member of the following: Barb Loves Alaska. D. Simon K. Sorry. Whoops. My apologies. Madam Simone K. 1977. Welcome to the following: Brenda Little Sis 1957, gifted a membership by Matt Skinner. Hey. I'm not just saying hey, I'm saying hey. Welcome to the following. Hey. I've seen him before. I've seen that little orangutan before. Welcome to the following: Ms. Mo, gifted courtesy of Matt Skinner. Saucy 900, James X, Justin Credible, gifted courtesy of Matt Skinner. Mr. Wabbit Killer, Cheesesteak Jim, Capsil 27, gifted membership courtesy of Matt Skinner. Wendy G, Xena B, Dopamine Octopus, Dumb and Dumb Beard, all gifted memberships courtesy of Matt Skinner. Welcome to the following. I will remind you that when you join the following, there's no Kool-Aid. Okay? There's no Kool-Aid. Now, if you can find your own little punch bowl, okay? If that's your thing. What it means when we say no Kool-Aid, it means we're not going to give you, the Kool-Aid. It's not the Kool-Aid. Some people might have Gatorade. There might be little Gatorade. Every once in a while we have the whole Gatorade shower thing. If you're old enough, you might remember what that is. The whole Gatorade shower thing that we have. We definitely have Gatorade showers. We definitely don't be eating the bugs. No eating the bugs. Certainly none of that in the following. And of course, I'm not the leader of the following. I'm just a host. Yours truly, Joe Neerman, aka Good Lawgic. Not the leader of the following, but I do welcome you all on board. And I also want to welcome in another 5 people brought in here, courtesy of Buddy Cassius, gifting 5 more members to the following. Who do we got? Who'd you bring in, Buddy Cassius? Who'd you bring in? Let me get this. Let me get this down here. Bring in Elizabeth S, RKA, Steve C, David Noble, and look at that, Mr. E, 409, gifted membership courtesy of Buddy Cassius. Good job there. Good job. Seem like solid new members of the team. I'm always screening out because I get to see not necessarily the conversation, but you can get a little bit of an image of someone based on whatever picture they choose for themselves. Solid selections all around tonight. Really solid selections. Welcome to the following. Thank you for joining me. I will say this as I'm starting to land the plane here as I'm coming on down, because the plane is coming down. The wheels have been released. People have been stowing away their trays in the upright and locked position. The flaps are up. tip. The tip is a little bit lower. It's not really pointing down. It's never really pointing down the tip, but it's And thank you for this, Sun Wu King, Baruch Hashem, my family. Amen. Yeah, I am starting to land my plane here. I'm really just doing like a little circle around to make sure I didn't miss anyone because I've been on here for a while. I'm so thirsty. Am I thirsty? Am I thirsty? Yeah, I'm very thirsty. Yeah. All right, I got that. Let me make sure I didn't miss in locals because I've been bad about making sure. All right, locals, I'm good. All right, we're good. Maybe I'll cover JD Vance tomorrow. Maybe we'll cover JD Vance. Possibly cover it in locals. Maybe. I am going to be starting early tomorrow. I'm definitely starting early. We're doing the early thing tomorrow. Definitely starting early because I'm going to be tomorrow's Trump is going to be giving his acceptance speech. I expect to certainly cover that live. I expect I'm going to be starting early tomorrow. So you need to come over to goodlogic.locals.com so you can make sure that you know what time I'm starting. I thank you all for joining me. I wish you I hope you sleep well. And I'll see you tomorrow. I think that's it. I'm landing my plane. And thank you for joining. Have a good night, my friends. And as always, Godspeed.